Hello, hello. Hello, hello. What is up, everybody? We are here. The stream is happening. And your favorite shirtless caster, Zeza, is here to make it happen. There's some new things I'm trying out with the stream, some music and videos and stuff, trying to look a little cooler. Let me know if the stream starts to look shitty or it kind of might be overloading my computer. We'll see what happens. Anyways, today we are here and we have the June 2022 Showmatch from the Kohan Citadel. Today we have a mini tournament going on with the same players from last time. We have Lord Mekton, Arides, the brothers from the Czech Republic, also known as Czechia, I've recently learned. I don't know when that name change happened. Immortalits from Hungary, and Tau 37 from France. Yes, and as I've been posting all about, and I'm sure everyone here already knows, there is a friggin' prize pool for this tournament, which is unbelievable, doesn't even make sense to me, but somebody put in a decent little bit of money that is going to be spread across these 4 players. I think right now, I had posted about it, I think it's probably in the description of YouTube, I hope I put it there. But first place is going to be getting like $48, and last place is going to be getting like $15 and everything in between. So that is friggin' cool and friggin' exciting. And again, I kind of can't believe it. It seems like my computer too is, yeah, I guess just that little video in the background that I had of that intro was like just enough to start to overload my computer a bit. So we'll see if we get overloaded any other time. But yeah, so there is money on the line here for these fine players to win, and I have posted it right here and down below in the description. If anybody has any inkling to donate any more money for a prize pool for this tournament, 100% of any money given will be given to these players. You can just send it to my PayPal and say Kohan Tournament or something like that in the message. But I do not expect that at all. If anyone wants to, that's friggin' cool and awesome to support this community, but we definitely already got a little bit there. Yeah, super exciting. I've been having horrible luck with making videos recently. A few weeks ago, Flute had come back to the community for like a day, and me and him actually did a cast, and I went and looked at the video after, like, it was a great cast, we were happy with it, and then I went and looked at the video, and the video just stopped like 10 minutes in. It just like froze at one spot, and you could continue to hear our voices, but the whole video was fucked up. So I was like, okay, goddamn it, that one's a loss. And then just the other day, I tried to do another cast. There was a game of Mekton and Arides that they had posted on Alskar, and just from looking at the file size, I knew it was a long, epic game. Like, I was excited about it. Got to casting, and then like 25 minutes in, I looked down, and my friggin' microphone cable had come unplugged. And, like, I had no idea when it happened. But presumably for at least like 15 minutes, I was just talking with no microphone. So that was a loss too. I do hope to go back and re-record that game when it's a little fresh. It's really hard to get myself to go and like immediately re-record a game that I just got frustrated at fucking up. So maybe in a couple of weeks I'll feel like doing it again. But we are here right now for this tournament. Last tournament, Arides was the winner, followed by Lord Mekton. And these 2 players, these brothers, have been doing really good in the 1v1s here. Yeah, it's been pretty awesome to see them kind of coming into this community and dominating the small 1v1 scene we have right now. So it is up to Immortalits and Tau to see what they can do and see if they can take them down. I have been, just from my looking at what's going on in the Discord, I know Tau and Mekton have been playing a lot of games together. So that's going to be really, really excited to see how all their practice paid off. I know Immortalits has been practicing. I've played some games with them last month. So yeah, I'm just really excited to see where everyone is at right now and what kind of games we're going to be having. But let us take a little look. See, also, Bont will be co-casting with me. I'm going to do the first game by myself, but he is going to be coming in after that. and we're going to be co-casting the whole game just like we did last time. We're also going to be opening this up to any free-for-alls or like big team games afterwards if people still want to play. But yeah, let's go over the bracket here, and let's hope this doesn't completely destroy my computer trying to do this. Alrighty, so over here we have Arides and Immortalits is our first game. Lord Mekton and Tau is our second game. We can see that this is a double elimination format. So we got the first 2 rounds. The winners of those are going to go into a winner bracket. The losers are going to go into a losers bracket. And then whoever wins the winners bracket is in the finals. And then whoever wins the loser bracket and then loses the winners bracket, they play another game and they go in the final. So basically, it's whoever ends up 2-0 and 2-1 are the 2 in the finals. We are doing map bans this time, so everybody had a choice of one map that they, no matter what, they don't have to play on. Lord Mekton and Arides choose the Forge. Tau chose Vargan. Immortalits chose Alskar. And you can see over in the bottom left corner here, we have the maps. The bolded map is the default map that will happen on that round, and the other 2 maps are contingents for map bans. So yeah, I think we got a really exciting tournament. It's going to be 6 games total. Everybody has to... basically, a double elimination is nice because it's not just you lose 1 game and you're out. The whole point is that you have to lose 2 games and then you're out. So you kind of, if you lose your first game, you still have a chance and a choice to be able to face somebody else. So yeah, I think it's going to be really cool. I'm really excited about this format. I think it works really well for these small 4-player tournaments. Gives everybody a chance without it being like overwhelmingly long. Hell yeah! So I'm feeling so happy, so good. What are people saying in the chat? Yeah, I was happy with how this bracket view came out. And also, if anybody does donate on PayPal, which again, I don't necessarily expect anybody to, but if you do, please message me on Discord or something, because this is not automatically updating. So if somebody does donate some more, I have to go in and update it so it shows the right amount, which I would like to do. Obviously, there's some more technically savvy ways to get this done, but I don't know how. So this is what we got for now. I think that it is just about time to almost get into this game, don't you guys think? Let me go and head over to the lobby and say hello to all of our friends here. Oh, they're not even there. They are just fucking waiting for the game. Arides and Immortalits. Okay. I guess we just want to get this done here. Ooh, okay, we got Tau and observing. We are Immortalits and Arides. And I have to remind myself, even though we all just looked at it together, what are the maps? What map are we playing on, guys? Maybe I should have written this to myself somewhere. But it's okay. It's okay. I did not expect anything that I do to go particularly smoothly. Alskar is our first map, but that has been banned by Immortalits, so we are going on to Cave of Fear. Oh man, oh man. We got to go, and this is going to be a really good game. I'm really excited to see the strategies that people pull off. I'm just really excited for everything. And you guys should all be excited too for this. All right, I hope you had as much fun with that as I did. Let's get going here. Over to the left, we have in Middling Keep Immortalits as the green council player, and over here to the right, we have Arides as the black royalist player. So we have going for Carpentry Guild first, immediately getting those settlers, and presumably we'll get scouts or footmen out of that Carpentry Guild. We have immediate engineers out of our council player. And I always like engineer first builds. I really, really do. Oh shit, we got Mark Panchioco in the chat. Hey, did you see what I just did there? Did you see what I did before the game? I really hope you saw it. I'm gonna go check just to make sure that the stream is working, because last time I did this tournament, I mistakenly had you guys looking at my face for like 15 minutes while I was commenting on the game. Okay, so we have engineers and then into settlers here, quarry into woodmill. That is pretty standard. And over here for the royalist player, we have settlers into carpentry guild into scouts, and the settlers are going to be putting something down, and we have an upgrade going up. Are we going to see a billet coming soon? We absolutely are. This is always an interesting choice for players. He decided, you know, you can get scouts without getting a woodmill, so he could have immediately put settler scouts down. Instead, he decided to wait the 40 seconds that it takes to get a woodmill and then a carpentry guild to get those scouts out just a little bit cheaper, and it's really not much cheaper. I don't know the exact amount. It's probably like 10 gold cheaper or so. So you're like losing 40 seconds of healing time to save that 10 gold. And that could be the right play. It really depends. A lot of opening builds are going to be really tight on economy and like exactly how you want to use your resources. So if that little bit is what kind of gets you there, then it could be worth it. And if you don't really plan on moving out with them anyways, then it's fine. But otherwise, I really do think that it's worth it to just immediately get those scouts before you even get the wood and the carpentry guild, and it's cost a little bit more, but you're getting them out so much earlier. Billet going down, quarry going down, we'll see engineers there. And we have these short engineers with Chiron out of Immortalits. And I am not hearing Kohan right now. Do you guys hear anything coming out of it? Yeah, I agree, Bont. I think my my PC is a little bit overwhelmed. Okay, give me 1 second. This is the boring part of the game, so it's not the end of the world. I am trying to figure out why I'm not getting any sounds. Okay, Kohan sound is working now. That was my bad. Let me know if the stream starts to get too choppy. I'll do what I can to make sure that it runs okay. This definitely is kind of putting a little bit more on my little laptop than perhaps I'm used to. But, okay, so we see a Carpentry Guild Iron Export Bank build coming out of the council player here. I have a cat meowing behind me. And so his build looks like it is going for these footmen with archers in the back and scouts and engineers. Awesome, cool. 18 gold cheaper, half price. Okay, that makes sense now. So I'm liking this build. Immortalits had told me before the tournament that he had a new build he was trying. And so this is like a really strong early econ build. And he's got a pretty good fighting force with it. You know, that is exactly what he was going for with this build. Early econ, fighting force to be able to take all the layers and indies he wants. Over here, the royalist player, he has got these long engineers and he has these short scouts. So both players are going to start moving out and taking some layers and indies. We got 46 to 40. Econs are very similar, and both players are doing some scouting. Quite a few scouts got caught there, and oh my god, Immortalis has got to get Eben out of there, and I mean, he'll be able to as long as he's paying attention. Over here, the engineers from Arides, with Cyrus no less, are going after this Draga. And over here, we have the Draga about to be taken by our council player. Oh my god, Mark just said check PayPal. What a fucking dude. Okay, and we have Arides actually coming in here to try to disrupt the council player from taking this, and this is a huge play that you can do in this game. I don't know if it's going to be successful. I mean, these few scouts just were not enough. I really would have liked to have seen Cyrus on those scouts instead of the engineers. The summoner ability from Cyrus just gives those scouts such ridiculous harassment potential, and he's still trying to go in there and disrupt this Draga from being taken, but he's not going to do anything more than just stop a few seconds. Evan does get out of there just fine, and it looks like the Dragas are going to be taken at... Oh no, it did not get taken over here. Oh, very interesting. I guess he just wasn't able to quite get it done. I might have missed it, but Eben could have been doing some harassment there. Oh, so this is looking a little bit scrappy from the beginning. With the Royalist player, the defending champion, no less. Arides is the one who won the last tournament. So the defending champion has gotten off to a little bit of a rocky start. But I think it's going to be just fine. It's really, really not a big deal. Oh, and we got a wood export down in the main. That's pretty cool. So he's just making that a complete econ area. I mean, he's going to be getting this wood mill right up here. So that fixes the economy just fine. And plus 84 at the 8-minute mark. This is actually a sick economy. And then he still has this Raksha to take. So he's going to get his economy going pretty well pretty soon. That's a pretty impressive economy. So we have early Dragoons coming out of the Royalist player, and we see a very opposite approach where Arides is going for a pretty tanked economy, but to get those goons out really early. Dude, you were pretty good, Noah. If you put like a little bit of like a tiny bit of practice, you would have been just as good as a lot of these players. Noah was all the first games that I put on this YouTube channel. Noah is the famous Golmec that I used to play with, but me and him have been playing this game for like off and on for years. I think we discovered it when we were like 13 or so. So now it's your turn, Mark. You must become a Kohan player. All right. Okay, so we got iron immediately going down and then a quarry going down. So I'd say that's very rare to not see a carpentry guild first in a neutral like that. So cool to see that he really did just need that iron like very quick to fix his economy, so that's definitely the right play. He's going to be taking his Raksha, no problem. The council player took his Raksha, and this is the big question on this map. On Cave of Fears, we have a lot going on in the north. We have these dark rifts, we have the spider lair. So 2 dark rifts and the 1 central spider lair, plus all the neutrals up top, plus these little hidden expansion areas. So there's really a lot you can do, and it's a big question of the game when you start creeping up north. And so I don't see any players quite making the move to creeping up north yet, but when they do, it's a really good amount of money that you can get there. And yes, I agree. At 99 economy, Immortalits is looking extremely strong right now. Just getting more econ buildings there. And look at this. He has 99 economy and 7 and 7. He can do a lot with that. He has upgraded this to a town and getting a library. That actually is exactly what I wanted to see. He has a lot of iron he's sitting on, so I really hope he can either get an iron export or he can use that iron. And at this point in the game, he's at 2 of 6. He needs to start to fill out his company limit. He has plenty of econ. I would just throw down some berserkers or some infantry. And then he's going to be using this library to start to be able to get some awesome units. Probably he's going to be going for wizard with bowman. He has a lot of choices. He could just go magician bowman if he's not planning on getting that critical mass of wizards. But either way, he is looking sick right now. And going for a library in the Draga as well, and he is starting to make moves to creep up north. Meanwhile, the Royalist player is kind of just sitting tight here and not really doing a whole lot. He has a pretty good econ where he can start to get a good bit more. He could get Lancers and short horse archers and be in a good spot right now. He could get full Lancers, full Scouts. He's going to be getting a good bit of money from taking this, and I'm really interested to see. He is also starting to go up and show interest in creeping in the north. So both players doing it similar timing, about 12 minutes in. We have 91 economy to 50 economy. So the council player is way ahead in economy, and I like this build a lot. It's looking pretty sick so far. Let's take a look at the heroes. We didn't really go through them thoroughly. We got Evan, we got Jilla, Blessing and Fireball. Jilla is definitely one of the best Kohan. Always very happy to get them. Eben, I think we actually buffed him a little bit. I don't remember, to be honest. Anyways, he's just an archer Kohan, which a lot of recon, lot of damage potential, but not much else aside from that. And then Kieran is just a melee Kohan. Got that nice archer foe, which can be really nice against horse archers. So we'll see how that kind of comes into play. And over here, Arides sees that this creep was taken, but is not able to do anything to stop it. And meanwhile, he is actually ignoring his creep and going right for the Royalist town. He wants to be able to get more Royalist stuff. Oh, yes. That is the famous Golmec. Yeah, cool game. Cool to see. All right. And we have Crossbow with Double Magicians coming out. That is a really good party. That's going to put him in a pretty great spot here. And look at how many resources he still has left. So he's got a really nice backline now. He just did something else. He maybe sold a wood somewhere. Oh, yes, sold a wood. Oh, and he is going for infantry with Channeler Cleric. So I know I've talked a lot before about, you know, especially with Immortalits when I did that replay analysis. I've talked a lot before about how you don't want to get caught up with tunnel vision going for late game tech. But I actually don't feel like he's doing that this game. I feel like he's actually doing a really good job. He had all his early company. Did he get rid of the footmen? He did. He got rid of his early footmen and early scouts to be able to get these double Grens with Channeler Cleric. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. This is a lot for me right now. I definitely would have kept that Footman Company. I don't mind getting rid of the scouts at all, but that Footman Company had gotten a lot of experience, and you could have easily just gotten the Sawmill here and kind of been fine for Econ, and then had just that one extra company. So he has a sick army right now. Again, it still is teetering on. I mean, that scout and that Footman that he just got rid of is now extra flanking protection, extra maneuverability, extra raiding that he now does not have. And once again, he's kind of going on the strategy of how he centralizes all his power into a few big companies. So he has a sick army. He has a sick economy. I think he's doing really well right now. I just wouldn't have gotten rid of both of those companies because I think they had a lot of utility, and just getting that Sawmill and going for another settler soon, like he has such a sick economy where he can do this kind of stuff, would have made him fine, totally fine for wood. Okay, so we have horse archers, dragoons, scouts, engineers, a pretty standard royalist army at this point, but his wood is tanked. His economy is not bad, though. It's at plus 63, but not as good as the council player's economy. Now, what is he going to do? Is he going to try to go for the Nexus? That would be risky as fuck. And okay, I don't see that happening. He's actually just going in with a really, really solid push. Yeah, this is going to be scary. I mean, this is actually a really scary push. I don't know how this battle is going to go, but I really see it going in favor of the council player. Okay, a little too forward on this outpost, and that is going to get caught, and that's 50 gold wasted, but he is coming in here with his Channeler Cleric Grens. He has this sick DPS coming out of the crossbowmen, and look, he might actually be able to get that outpost off if he gets back to it in time. 3%, 2%, I think he's going to make it, and oh god, this is getting scary. So we're going to see some flanking that's going to be able to happen with these engineers. Oh my god, look at that TPS, oh my god! Oh, that was sick! Just watching Arya just absolutely melt to those fireballs, and these dragoons are completely out of this battle. We do have some infantry with Magician Sorceress coming out, and we have more infantry with Magician Sorceress, so we have some really good stuff coming out of the Royalist player, but this is a really sick army for Immortalits. These engineers are going to be able to come down here and do a little bit of flanking, but is it going to be enough? I don't know. This outpost is going to get up. It's going to be a really sick supply zone, and this is looking to be a really, really, really scary attack. Okay, scouts are going to try to move in, and really good micro there. The scouts are getting just in to be able to hit that magician, but they're actually getting distracted by these Grens up here, and that's not going to quite work out. Grens over here are doing massive damage to these horse archers, and Eben, stray shot, trying to get rid of everything that Arides has. Arides is being forced to tank his economy a little bit, but that's okay. His horse archers and his scouts go down. He is at a horrible, horrible econ, especially with having to sell everything from the Straga. But this is a deadly, deadly attack from Immortalits. Oh, he told me he had a new build, and this is really, really panning out to be very good. Oh my god. He might be going Gren. Yeah, Gren's is Channeler Kirk. Wow, I actually don't know what the Royalist player can do right now. Okay, so we have Immortalits moving in with these two companies, and this is totally fine as long as he's able to protect those crossbowmen from just getting run over by cavalry, which doesn't look like it's going to happen. The more Channeler Gren Clerics are coming in from behind. And I mean, this is a really cool build because it's really, really utilizing what Council does best. He's really utilizing the Channeler Cleric. He's utilizing the crossbowmen. He was utilizing the ability to kind of not have to settle, but just rely on some early upgrades. And this is just sick. This is a sick DPS that I don't see the Royalist player being able to come back from. Now, he has this Ravenville up north, but what is it really going to do? Oh my god, look at all that. Jilla just sent some fucking conflagrations because she is enlightened, and oh my god, this is unbelievable. I have to say that Arides is not going to win this game, but he is trying. His economy is at 0. He is getting the short companies, or, well, not short companies, actually. He's getting the companies that he needs to try. Crossbowman out in front, which is a little bit over-eager, but it's not going to be the end of the world, I don't think. They really do need to get behind this Channeler Cleric, though. It's not the end of the world, but look, they're actually taking a lot of damage. Both Magicians go down, and all of a sudden, his entire DPS is kind of completely dead because he sent them out front. Jilla also not in the battle, so all of a sudden it's looking a lot more possible that the Royalist player is going to be able to hold this. Now, that doesn't mean that the Royalist player is in a good position. I still think this is absolutely Immortalits' game to win, but we did see how a little micro error might just make it a little bit more painful to kind of close that door. But over here, he has more Grens with Channeler Cleric coming out. He's got 5 wood. He could just throw down some archer companies and really, really have no chance of losing this game. Meanwhile, though, he's still just sitting on a great economy. What's up, Archery? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is the easiest map to do a contain on. I mean, you still have the ability, like, if you put a contain here, there is still the route around, but you got to go through the desert. Okay, Arides engineers go down. That is another huge loss of money for this player. And yeah, GG, Arides calls it, and that is it. That is game. Immortalits is the winner of game 1. That was awesome because Immortalits was the last place contender from the last tournament, and so it is so cool to see him just come right out of the gates and win a really, really good game on Cave of Fear. Well done. Yeah, what stomp. So cool. All right, let me just close this replay and then can go in and start chatting. June show Ari Cave R1. Wow. Wow, man, that was cool to see. Everything going on fine with my stream? Everything looking okay? Oh, man, oh, man. Oh, and we have 10 more dollars that just came into the PayPal. Thank you so much, Brood700 Mark, for giving over a little bit of money to these fine people. God, that was a really good game. That was really cool to see. Cave of Fear has some really interesting games. You know, as I'm starting to play it more, I'm also starting to see like what, I don't know, the South barely gets played on the map at all, which is so funny because the way that the map was played in its previous incarnation was the entire game revolved around the South. But yeah, man. So we are gonna have Tau and Lord Mekton is going to be our next game. So that means Immortalits is going to move on to the winner's bracket, and Arides now has to fight for his life. If Arides loses his next match, then he is going to be out of this tournament. And that man's got a title to defend. So this is going to be really interesting. I'm excited to see this because I know Tau and Mekton have been playing a lot of games together recently. Like I've been seeing them playing games fairly often in the Discord. So I think they probably have a really good idea of each other's play style by now. I think they've probably, you know, even like helped each other think of some builds and stuff. So it's always really interesting to see practice partners playing against each other in a tournament. And Sir Bont, we can now cast together. I don't need to be doing this all by myself because I have friends. And Bont is already there in the recording booth. Connecting. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
What's happening, man?
I'm still catching up on the stream here. You're talking about Tau and Lord Mekton.
Yeah, the stream's definitely a few seconds behind.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game. Like,
oh
wow.
My god, that was really cool to see. That was a pretty sick build. Right before we started, Immortalits had told me, like, I got a new build I'm going to try out. And I really liked the build he was using before with, like, the early temple, but this was just such, like, a...
It was clean.
It was very clean. He had such a good economy and, like, just enough army to be really comfortable doing everything he needed early game. Which I like. Those are the kind of builds that I always love to go after and see, is like get enough army where you can do all your creeping and taking indies and not be caught off guard comfortably, and then just get a sick econ and go from there. And he really executed that well.
Yeah. It's kind of like a bit of a 1-inch punch in the sense that you're just making it as efficient as possible over a very short distance, and you get a much greater force.
Yeah, that was awesome to see. Played the map really well too. I think like Cave of Fear, you can do such powerful like mid-game pushes on that map because it's just that straight corridor. You can kind of easily get yourself set up with supply zone in the middle of the map. And yeah, he did that all. He did that all so cool. That was really cool to see.
Yeah, he put some fear in Cave of Fear there.
Yeah, he really did.
Don't worry.
Uzi, I do not recognize who you are, but thank you for joining the stream and for chatting and giving me some hearts and some smiley faces and stuff. That makes me really happy. Yeah. So, and it was interesting that Immortals banned Alskar too. Which I didn't. It's not a map that I thought anyone was going to ban, but he wasn't feeling comfortable on it. But he did so well on the map that he ended up getting instead.
Yeah, no, very smart decision. If he was playing an Alskar, I think it's a very powerful army that he was using there, but it's also very slow.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's easier to use on a map with like tight chokes and corridors.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the build still could have worked really, really well on a map like Alskar. Like I was talking about in the stream, he sold that footmen and scouts, and if he had like kept those around, just like had his econ a little bit worse kind of thing, like that's what he would have needed to do in a map like Alskar to be able to cover flanks and to cover raiding and stuff. But on that map, it actually worked out just fine because he was just able to push with a super strong army down that corridor.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a sick game, Golmek. I think... Oh, it looks like Tau is back. Oh, man.
I might just have to join the game as well.
Oh, yes.
Because the stream is a bit behind if I'm casting with that.
Yeah, you should join the game.
Yeah. Be there in just a sec. It's just loading up.
Thank you everyone who's tuning in right now, watching this. I'm really having fun doing like a monthly event like this. It's kind of the perfect amount, both for like the community and for like me personally. I wouldn't want to... It would get stale and just not as fun and not as hype if I tried to do these more often, but 1 month still gives like everyone has something to look forward to for the month. Yeah, this is very cool. Very happy that it's been able to work like this. Okay, Bont is in the game. We got stuff going on, and we're going to be going. We are going to be going. Mm-hmm. And right now, we have Tau vs. Mech. I'm about to put the little intro screen on Bont. When I start talking, you'll know the intro screen is done, and we can start talking again.
Alrighty, go for it.
Alrighty, here we are. We are on Alskar now, and we have Tau 37 as the Nationalist versus Lord Mekton as the Sia player. We see Lord Mekton going for very standard build. I see him do this all the time, where he goes Settler, Shadeling first, gets the Quarry, and then goes into the upgrade. And over here, I'm always so interested to see what builds Tau is going to do, because I've definitely been seeing him do some like different ones here. So he is going for Quarry first, gets full Engineers with Balthazar, and is going immediately for the upgrade. So this is how I pretty much always open Nationalist, actually, is going Quarry first, Engineers, and then getting the wood. And then the choice here now is basically, does he do like the flute style builds where he goes for scouts here and then, you know, caps his supply limit until he's able to take an indie, or does he go for a settler here?
I'm not quite sure. He's had a lot of success with the full engineer company before in previous games, so I'm very interested to see where he goes with that. It's quite an effective fighting company with the Nationalist version of it.
Yeah, so he is going, I just call this the flute build, because this is the build that Flute did pretty much every game last tournament, where you just cap out your company limit on the engineers and scouts, get the econ buildings, and then just go pretty early for the Gari, so that you can then use that company limit to start to get your second settlement. Over here, Lord Mekton moving out with the Shadelings. He got Engineers, just kind of doing really standard stuff. He tends to get quarries in both of his towns, just to stabilize his economy. It's kind of a question there. Like when I play Sia, I tend to just get one quarry, and my stone will be a bit tanked because I'll be going for those Engineers and Shadelings. But then my econ is a bit worse. So he kind of uses those quarries to keep his econ afloat. And yeah, really interested to see what he goes for next. I think it might be early bone bows, huh? Going for the Ironwood Grove really quickly. And yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, with Hisrock too.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty strong company.
Okay, and here's a little tip for what you can do here. Especially, so if these guys were back here in the forest, you can see they're on the grass, so they're a little forward. You put these guys back here in the forest, let them entrench, you can just engage with the scouts from anywhere in the map, and then these guys entrench will be able to just sit there and take it by themselves, and you don't even need the scouts to come.
Yeah, the entrenchment bonus is huge. Same with fortified.
Yeah, using entrenchment and terrain, like that's something I've been doing a lot, where I just send one company up here on Alskar, get them in the forest, get them entrenched, and then with my scouts, who could be anywhere in the map, I'll just click on this to engage it, and then it'll start the engagement. These guys will be sitting here and fight the militia while they're in that forest and fortified or entrenched, have all that extra DV and be able to take it just by themselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've changed it in the patch that entrenchment is much faster. You don't have to wait like 2 minutes to get it anymore. Now it's like 30 seconds, 45 seconds between them.
For the Engineers. Okay, so we got Lord Mekton starting to creep up here. He's taking his Raksha. He's going over and taking his Ruined Monument. And going... Dude, he loves doing like Dreadlord style play. I see him build so many more barracks than I've ever seen a Sia player build, which is very cool.
Yeah, for sure. Not something you see very often unless it's paired with a temple and shadow beasts.
Yeah, and I mean he's gonna be getting the temple because the Dreadlord requires. Does Dreadlord require temple barracks as well?
I believe Dreadlord is that's the fireball throwing unit. I think it's well, no, you're just a library.
You're talking about Wraith. I'm talking about Dreadlord.
Oh, right. I'm getting mixed up here. That is absolutely correct. Yes, Dreadlords have the same requirements as Shadow Beasts.
Yeah, and this guy just loves using Dreadlords. Like I said, more than I've ever seen a Sia player use Dreadlords, which is very cool. It's very cool to see. So over here we have full infantry coming out of our Nationalist player, and I like that a lot. That adds something nice to his army. He definitely has to go and do something with this army now, because he has a good army for this point in the game with all these full companies. Can do a lot of creeping, even put a little bit of pressure on. And he got his Gari pretty early, starting to build up there. And it's 36 econ against 0 econ. Okay. So Mekton, with C-Rod at the helm here, has gotten these early Shadow Beasts with Dreadlords. His favorite company, I see him make that company so often, but he has completely tanked his economy for that. So with very little in the bank and very little coming in, he's going to have to really start to do some creeping to make use of that.
Yeah, and snag a few indies as well, because it's going to take a bit to get that economy rolling again.
And this is the map to do that. I really think this map has 3 4-slot indies that you can take, and I almost can't like overstate how valuable 4-slot indies are. Like, in order to get, as a SIA player, in order to get yourself a 3-component village or 3-component town, you need to build settlers that cost at the minimum 60. Then you have to settle. Then you have to spend 150 to upgrade. So you have to spend at least 210 gold and a lot more time. Whereas you can go and just use a couple companies to take a 4-slot indie. It's just when you start to think about how much money they're worth, like, you know, a barbarian village is getting you 70 gold, whereas taking this Draga is getting you the equivalent of what would cost you over 200 gold.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. He's also, speaking of the Shadow Beast company, he's using Sirat Amon on there, who gives I think he's the only hero in the game who gives an unholy attack bonus to all the units in the company. Yeah. So everything there is going to be doing bonus unholy damage as well.
I mean, yeah, it is 40 attack on these Shadow Beasts. Like, with the Dreadlords and Syrah, they are doing absolute sick damage, so I'm just really interested to see what he's going to do. Always the question I'm asking in Kohan when I'm casting games is, you've made these companies, you've done these things, what are you going to do next? Okay, so the scouts went down from Tau. Did you see where that happened? Did he purposely get rid of them, or did they just go down somewhere?
Okay, look here. I believe I didn't see where they went down. There's nothing in the message log.
Yeah. So either way,
he must have disbanded them then, if that's the case. If there was no message about them being destroyed.
He disbanded them to get these bowmen with magicians. I've been seeing Tau really like bowmen with magicians lately, which is it's different from the standard footman summoner that you usually go with first with library tech. But I mean, it is such a great DPS party.
Yeah, I think Tau's very confident in his front line. Like, he's never been shy about getting decent frontline units, like full company of engineers. He's got a full company of infantry there. So he's got like a pretty solid front line, and you don't necessarily need to just use your mana on summoners. You can use them on just straight DPS and magicians. It's very, very solid tactic. There goes Lord Mekton's Shadelings, got caught in between the Draga and Tau's troops there.
Well, that's not too much of a loss. Okay, so this was an interesting play. Usually, the Draga over here is the one that Tau goes after. And so we see Lord Mekton very early taking that Draga. Now, is he going to try to sit here and defend it and then kind of just gain control of this corner of the map and almost start to, you know, contain Tau in this area? Or is he going to just like raise it and then go over and take his own Draga and deprive Tau of his?
I think both options are available to him at the moment. It's very, very clean play there, going over and grabbing it.
Yeah, he's very good at using these Shadow Beast Dreadlord companies to just go and take indies on the map. I've had a lot of games where I faced him on Blizzard of Oz, for example, and he'll like get down 2 of these parties in the mid game and just go and send each of them off to take the Garis in the corner, and all of a sudden he has both Garis in the corners that are not that easy to take from him. I've lost games to him that way.
Yeah, well, looks like he's doing that now with he's attacking the Draga on his side as that's set up there.
I remember like there was a 2v2 we played where on Doberdin where there's those Haroons that are kind of close to each base, and he had done some build where he like immediately went up and took the opponent's Haroon, and it was the kind of thing where I was just like, what the fuck? I was planning on taking this, and they're like, all of a sudden all my testing 1 2 1 2. My computer just exploded for a second. Hopefully the stream is working again. I am not here, so I'll have to continue this game myself, but I hope the stream is working again. Technical issues are a bummer and annoying, but such is where we're at. Let's just hope that this is working now. I am back. Okay, cool. I guess I'm just solo doing this for now on. Might not even be able to have Bont cast with me because this laptop cannot handle these things. Okay, good to see you there, Scott. Thanks for stopping in. Either way, let's see what we missed. We have our nationalist player. He has got super scouts over here, and we see the first engagement happening here. Infantry and this super sick DPS archer magician company is up front, but look, the infantry got melted so freaking quickly that this is actually looking to be a losing battle. But no, the engineers are able to finish off that outpost in time. Bowmen are able to come over here, but oh my god, we have Shadow Beast coming in from the side, and this is what Lord Mekton does best, is just do really annoying shit with these Shadow Beasts. Hopefully the militia is able to get up here and come out, because that is really, really what this player is going to need. But no, these guys are going down fairly quickly. The thing with Shadow Beasts is they are doing a sick amount of damage, but they are somewhat squishy to such intense DPS as we have from this company. Super Scouts coming here from behind are actually going to let Tau hold this just fine, and we have Sirod really, really close to going down, really, really close, and he does. The fireball finishes him off. Meanwhile, we also have Kasim close to going down, but he is able to stay alive. Shadow Beasts are done, and that is actually a fairly big loss for that player. And oh my god, the Gari got taken. I did not see that happening. Sorry, that was actually a huge move that happened at some point. It looks like our Sayer friend was able to go over here, take down this Gari, and that puts Tau in a really, really shitty position. His economy is complete garbage at this point. Meanwhile, the Sayer player is at plus 72 economy. Necromancer and Shadow Demons on the back of these bone bows, and he's going and really just taking complete map control. He has both Dragas and he has the Gari, and this is like stupidly good. Tau does have a decent little army here, but he's fucked in terms of he's completely kind of contained right now. He's got to be able to move out really quickly and really solidly. Anyone in the chat too, just please let me know. My microphone's working, the stream's working just fine, because all of a sudden I just started hearing a bunch of like windows like bleepity bloops, and I knew stuff was crashing behind me. It might just be too much to have Discord on while having all this other stuff on, which is a bummer because I really do want to be able to co-cast this with Bont. Okay, so we have Tau moving in here, stopping this outpost from going down, trying to really just nip things in the bud and not let Mekton get more out of control. Stream is good again. Thank you, Bont. Thank you, everybody. Dude, my laptop does not like Discord. Honestly, it might be a thing too where we might have better luck if we do a private call instead of doing it on the recording booth, because I think the recording booth has better audio, which means that it's more data coming through, which means that it makes my computer blow up. Yeah, so I don't know. We might try to just do a private call, and even if the audio quality is a bit lower, if it means that we can actually do it, that's really what matters. Tau is moving up here with his army, and I think the play is really just to take this Draga. It's the most out there. Like, if he tries to move in here, he's really setting himself up to get completely flanked, and kind of getting greedy. He needs to make a big move against Mekton here, and that is what he's doing here. Okay, so I think we are going to see this Draga, hopefully, for Tau's sake, hopefully see this Draga go down. And it looks like he is kind of just letting it, but look at this. He has 2 full Shadow Knights coming out over there. Now, while I have a moment, I want to make a little note about this. He has plenty of company limit, so 2 Shadow Knight companies is 12 total Shadow Knights. You could do the exact same thing with 3 short Shadow Knight companies, and that is actually really preferable, I think, because, I mean, there's some, like, small things, like, it costs a little bit extra for the captain, and, like, they're not going to scale as well with experience, but it's 21 minutes into the game. You're not, like, holding out hope on them getting to a really high experience level. But if you have 3 companies instead of 2, then that means they're actually healing at 150% the rate of what 2 companies would, which is really, really better. When you have that company limit, my laptop's from the same year that Kohan came out. Dude, it's not too far off. Yeah, so it's really preferable, I think, to get those 3 companies instead of 2, because then they're healing faster, they can weave in and out of combat more, you just have so many more options. Either way, Tau is actually not going to be able to take this Draga. He gets rid of his infantry company, you see they disappear from the battle, and Tau calls GG. That was, damn, that was quite a game. Do I have hardware acceleration disabled for Discord? I don't know what that means, but I can go try to see if that does anything. So, Lord Mekton is the winner of Tau vs. Mekton. June show. Let's save this replay. Tau, Mek, Alskar. GG, everybody. GG, GG. Okay, I am going to... Sorry, gotta deal with technical things. My brain can't handle talking and doing this at the same time. Oh man, this freaking laptop. Okay, yeah, Discord is just completely frozen here. Gonna have to go old school and do some Control Alt Delete to close Discord right now. God, I really didn't realize that Discord is like such a resource intensive program, but it makes my computer blow up. Hope you all can still hear me. There's a giant white screen that I don't know why it's there, but that's okay. Seriously, what the fuck is going on? Okay, getting back in Discord. How do you disable hardware acceleration? Is it just in the settings somewhere? Okay, yeah, it's already turned off. I found it. Yeah, I don't really know what else to do to make Discord not blow up my computer. Oh, that was a good game though. Lord Mekton just really did some great shit. Tau is sad. I'm sorry, Tau. Dear God. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearings and figure out what the best course of action is. I was gonna have Font just cast the next game by himself, but I'm just not sure if I'm gonna be able to do that with Discord. Yeah, apparently so. Oh, I do have Chrome open, which I guess I do not need open at all, so that could be something that helps. Sorry, you guys are just seeing someone technologically retarded trying to figure out how to stream. Okay, I close Chrome. I think I'm good to just continue casting. I've kind of gotten a little break just from the silliness that happened. So let's see.
Alrighty.
What's happening?
Well, that was fun.
Yeah. Is that accurate that it might work better on a personal call because the sound quality is worse, so it might not use?
No, that might very well be the case. You're 100% correct, and
Yeah.
I upped the quality in the recording booth channel, and that might not be the best thing for your laptop.
Which is a good idea in general, but for what I'm dealing with here,
I think there's a bit much going on for your PC at the moment.
Yes, there is. Okay. Getting back in the game. I don't know where Tao went. Feel like he might have rage quit the tournament. Don't know.
I think we can do the...
Yeah, let me... I'm just going to rehost.
Whichever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which order we do them in. I'm going to rehost. And yeah, we'll just get this going back on. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with the technical difficulties. I hope my shirtlessness has maybe at least made it pleasing to look at the stream while we haven't been doing anything. All right, the game is up. Let me let everybody know. Computer seems to be running a lot better now. Hopefully. Oh, but that is okay. I kind of expected there was going to be some level of technical difficulties happening, and we're just gonna do it. Gonna get over them as they come. All right, so it's going to be...
I guess we can just ask who...
Yeah.
Who wants to... Who's up for... Should we do the winners match or the first round in the losers bracket?
I mean, yeah, Tao just came in, put himself a nationalist, so right. I'm just gonna go with it. So we are on... Which map are we on this time? Can I ever remember? We are on Vargan for this one, but our friend Tao has banned Vargan, so that means that we are on to the Forge, which is really freaking exciting because we've seen so few games happening on the Forge. Oh, wait, no. That is a lie, because Arides banned the Forge. So both of these are banned, so we're actually on another game on Cave of Fear.
I'll be back in just a moment.
That's fine, that's fine. Alrighty, everybody. Thank you for bearing with me. I love you all. This is really fun so far. I'm really interested to see how this tournament goes. But let us take a look at the bracket here. So we have Immortalits winning the first game, Lord Mekton winning the second game. Arides and Tao are going to be facing in this losers bracket. Meanwhile, Immortalits and Mekton are going to be facing next in the winners bracket. So whoever wins between Immortalits and Lord Mekton is going to go into the finals. Whoever wins in this losers match that we're about to play has to win one more game to make it into the finals. So Arides and Tao are going to be facing each other. And let us get this on, Arides and Tao.
Cool.
All right, everybody, we are on Cave of Fear, and we have Arides in the right, going for Woodmill first. This is his second game he's had to play on Cave of Fear. Let's see if he does the same build or if he has something new up his sleeve. Over here, we have Tao. Looks like he's going for a very similar build to what he did last time. Opened up with Sophia. Not a bad hero at all. Invigorate and Heaven's Grip. That's one I'm fairly happy to open with usually. Also got Galen. He got a little bit of a buff in the last patch. He got Coldahite damage. He got a little bit more damage just to kind of make those slightly underpowered melee Kohan a little bit more usable. And over here, we have Lucius. Recovering Courage. Pretty good hero. Roxana. Not the best blessing hero, but still one that you're happy to have. And Xerxes giving Trailblazing, which is actually really good on this map.
Yep, that it is. Very, very helpful, and it's a good sight to see when you awaken all your heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what our friend Tao does. Like I said, we see a very similar build as last game coming out of him here. And Arides, again, very, very similar build. Looks almost the exact same. So both players are just kind of going in their comfort zone. And we're going to see what happens. Now, Nationalist it's the easiest thing to complain about Nationalist company limit. And I think that's kind of what Tao is expressing after the last game, that it's so hard because your company limit is so low. And it definitely is a challenge of Nationalist, but it's just one of those things where you have to be playing with it in mind all the time and cater your builds towards knowing that your company limit is lower, yeah. But it's not something that is insurmountable or that makes Nationalist unplayable.
I think in that last game, he kind of got himself into a bit of a position there. He's absolutely right. The company limit is always something to contend with as Nationalist, especially when your indies are under attack, because that's like 2 slots right there.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had a full company of engineers last game. If he had put just like an outpost, just guarding that choke, just so he could see what was going on, he would have spotted those Dreadlords and Shadow Beasts long before they came in. So there are ways around it just by investing in a few outposts.
Yeah.
Just to get that extra sight and to compensate for not having a standing army to protect things.
Yeah, it's hard. Nationalists, I will say, are probably the hardest to wrap your mind around, the hardest faction. I mean, the way I've always talked with Flute about playing Nationalist is that so much of the playstyle is like you have to be putting like a certain amount of constant pressure on the opponent, and that doesn't mean that you're like constantly running into their main, but you have to be constantly like using your summoners and stuff to make these pushes across the map to kind of really like push towards important objective points like indies or like just like central map locations, and really kind of like putting the pressure on your opponent to react to you that way, because if you don't, then they can just so easily take advantage of your low company limit and like run circles around you and raid and all that.
Yeah, you have to kind of force the fights on certain parts of the map, otherwise you're constantly going to be playing catch up with an enemy who's like raiding you constantly and dodging your main army.
Yeah, you kind of have to play on your terms as Nationalist. If you let the opponent play completely on their terms, then you're just going to find yourself pretty behind.
Yeah.
Okay. So Arides going for the same build, doesn't have a whole lot to speak of so far, has not taken his India, has not started creeping at all, and he definitely has the ability to with Lucius and these engineers, so he's going forth and doing that now, getting another quarry to start to stabilize his economy. I wonder if he's going to go for those Dragoons early again this game. Okay, going for the Draga first, instead of going for that Ruin Monument. Moving out with the scouts, he's tried to do a little harassment here, didn't really do anything. Going over here and looking at these Raksha, but they're not going to do anything. So yeah, just no, go on.
He's gonna really struggle with that company. Oh wait, no, he's letting them entrench. Smart. Okay, okay, never mind. Very, very clever. Good technique there for triggering the militia and the Draga.
Yeah, it's like I was talking about last game. It's using that entrenchment is really, really important, and it's how you can take indies and layers with just a little less than you normally would be able to. Now, this is really close. Lucius is getting attacked pretty bad, and he's just going to make it. He might want to bring his scouts back, but no, the scouts are actually doing a little bit of engagement here to try to harass what Tao is doing and taking the Raksha. They're not going to be able to do anything. I'm just wondering if he's going to need those scouts back here to actually be able to take this, because he's not actually paying attention, not attacking it right now. So those militia are probably going to get back out. It might be just enough to push Lucius and his engineers back. But we'll see how that goes. The Raksha is firmly being taken by Tao. He's doing all his good creeping. He's getting the settlers when he needs to. And I like where things are going for him. His econ is not at the greatest spot right now, but I think he is going to start getting a lot. I think of all the money he's getting from creeping, he's going to start using that on econ buildings in his Draga. And this is a map where you're definitely a little safer turtling up. You don't want to let the opponent get complete control of the north, but you can turtle up in your area just a little bit while your economy is getting going. There's plenty of spots to settle. There's there, you can settle there, you can settle down there, start to settle towards the south, you can settle once more over there. So yeah, it's kind of a map that can favor turtling a little bit, where you don't have to. It's not like Allscar, where if you try to turtle up and your opponent gets map control, then you're just dead. All right, so we see Dragoons coming out of Arides again, doing very, very similar builds to what he did last time, getting those Dragoons and immediately getting the Blacksmith out of Vergogoth. And Tao is going to start to move forward on the map. Looks like he is looking to go up and do some creeping. Meanwhile, Galen over here is just going to move around with the scouts. He's going to start to do what scouts do best, and scout. Getting that library up in Hermanville, and we'll see if he goes for the Magician Bowman Company again, or if he goes for Summoners.
Looks like we have another full company of goons from Arides. Well, his first one this game. Quite formidable, actually. Wonder how that'll go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very similar build to what he did before. It's taking his economy a while to get to a decent place, but the Nationalist player is really in the same position. Their economies are 41 to 44, so they're pretty much exactly the same right now. I think Arides definitely has learned from the last game some lessons about how things go in Cave of Fear, so I don't think he's going to go up and try to aggressively take Ravenville this time. Tao going in here, just seeing what's going on, seeing the Dragoons, seeing that the Draga has been taken. And yeah, seeing exactly what I was kind of hoping for. These econ buildings start to go up in the Draga. He has the money now where he can throw down a bank, actually. Not getting a bank, though, it looks like... Oh, getting a library there. It looks like he might have actually canceled that before. Sells his wood after getting that market. He's just trying to kind of shuffle around his components in a good way. So I like what he's doing there. Just trying to get his econ to a good spot. And he's done good creeping. Neither player has gone after the spider yet, so that's actually going to get pretty high up there. But, you know, up there in militia by the time anyone gets to it. So it's getting progressively harder and harder to take.
Yeah, I think Tao's done a good job of clearing out all of his neutrals, as you said, on his side of the map. He's in a good position. I don't know what he's going to do now, but I suppose he could go for the spider. He could go poke around in the north, or he could start settling in the south. We'll have to see. He's got 2 company slots open there.
Yeah, I think he is going for those, judging by the fact that he's getting this wood here again, I think he is going to go for those Bowman Magician. He's kind of got it all set up for that. And yeah, he's in a good position. He's got a good economy. He's got a good army. I think he doesn't quite know what the best thing to do is now.
But he is scouting. These Galen on these scouts has been quite active this game, keeping an eye on things.
Yes, they have. Meanwhile, the scouts from Arides 2 are doing a pretty good job of keeping an eye on things. And we see 50 economy to 70. So the Nationalist player is ahead, but not by any sort of insurmountable amount. Okay, and we are seeing those Magicians with Bowman. Nice company here. Now, with 4 out of 5 company limit, it now is like the big choice. Do you get another military company and just try to use those 5 companies? Oh, and we see over here, Tao's scouts ran into the Dark Rift. We're not able to do anything. They're just poking around, really checking to keep Arides honest and not try to sneak any of those upper expansions.
Speaking of keeping a player honest here, Arides is trying to poke around in Tao's main to try to see the Bowman company in the back corner, and Tao's trying to like smuggle it behind the town there.
Did he actually get to see it? Did you kind of find that out?
I don't know, because he was in pressed position, so
Gotcha,
that's
yeah.
the smallest sight range. So
Okay,
maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
This is something really interesting that happened. It looked like Arides is starting to move around to the south, but he might have seen this outpost go up. Tao's doing a good job of blocking his southern flank there. Now, the position of this outpost means that, I don't know, this is a question I have that I don't know the answer to. Is it better to have it so that the opponent has to go through an outpost then the town, or is it better to have them together so that they have to face all of that militia together?
I think it's better to have them go. Well, it's entirely up to you. I mean, there's different situations. I mean, if an opponent takes your town, it means that they'll be destroying components, maybe taking things or selling things that they grab beforehand. They won't be able to raise it until they destroy your outpost. But if the outpost goes first, that means, I mean, it's not going to regenerate. It's not going to come back. So I think it's just personal preference. I think it's probably better in most cases to have the outpost be the thing that gets destroyed first.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about putting it out so far, because now the militia can't engage together. If he had put it like out here, it would still kind of force the opponent to take the outpost down first, but the militia could have engaged together, which would have been a lot more stopping power.
I think he might be planning on having a company here to stand guard, and then that way, if the outpost comes under attack, the Draugr is still providing plenty of supply range to heal up.
Yep, I think you're exactly right, because he's sticking his scouts down there. And over here, we have a little bit of an attack going on from Tao. Now, he's definitely getting his guys a little bit out of position. These bowmen kind of got cut off from the main regiment, but he is able to move in here, and he's going to be able to do some damage. He's definitely going to force a pretty big reaction out of the Royalist player.
I think this is very dangerous for Tao.
I think so too. Especially with these guys coming in. Tao's scouts are going to be coming in from the south, and this is going to be a clusterfuck, but I think that Tao is just going to get completely caught here by the flanks of these cavalry. Sophia is likely going to go down. The goons, I think, are going to be able to catch her, and Tao just says the GG right there. Doesn't even try to continue to fight that battle. Oh, man.
He was doing quite well. I think if Tao had just sort of like sat on his position and built up more, I think that game could have easily been his.
He did. I mean, that was definitely a bit of a rage quit there. He just made a desperate move, didn't work, and just got out of there. I think he was definitely a little bit raging, like tilting after the first game, and he is out. So Tao, the first player eliminated from this tournament. Thank you so much, Tao, for playing. I think you had some really good builds, and we're doing really good there. I think that game was just like a little bit of a frustrated, not well thought out push there that actually could have been fine. Like, the archers got separated from the main regiment. He didn't have anything to block his flanks. Yeah, I agree that Tao was doing well that game, and he could have been just fine. But yeah, nothing like a good tilt, Mark. It really isn't. Trust me, I've been there. We've all tilted. We've all rage quit in our lives. Okay, so we are going to move on to the winners match now. So Arides is now 1-1. Arides is now 1-1. The loser of this match is going to be facing Arides in the semifinals. This is technically the other semifinal match where the winner is going to be going into the finals. Hell yeah. And I think we're just about getting ready. Everybody is there. Am I there? Am I ever really there? Not really. But the map for this one is going to be Vargan. Nobody has banned it. And yeah, two winners are going to be facing. Going to be doing it. Oh, man. Ooh. Sorry for... I might have inadvertently been kind of sticking my crotch in the camera. I just need a stretch. But we're here. Vargan's going to be a really interesting map. Lord Mekton relies on so much good map control and mobility in his games, and Vargan is... There is a lot of mobility in map control that happens because it's a circle, because even though it's a really small map, in order to get from one side to the other, you kind of have to go all the way around, so there is a lot of mobility that's useful. But Immortalits, like seeing what he did last game, where he was able to just like push forward with this really strong mid-game timing, like Vargan's a really good map for that because it's so small and there's such a short distance between you and the opponent. The dragons on the map are really hard to take, but I do know that Lord Mekton is pretty good at taking dragons. Yeah. There's the mana that's pretty easily available on Vargan, more so than other maps. And so I think that's going to come into play, especially for the Sia player. Like, it's really, really nice, especially for someone who loves playing Shadow Beast. It's really nice. But okay, I think we're going to go into this game in just a minute. We have Immortalits versus Lord Mekton. It's happening, guys. We are here. We are playing Kohan. Thank you all for joining me. I love you all. Having a good time. Hope everybody else is. Mech versus Immortalits. Alrighty, and we have in the north Immortalits, New Bellows going for, looks like the same build, Quarry first into Engineers, and we have in the south Bloodwater Keep, Lord Mekton is also going for the exact same build with the Settlers and the Shadelings first. Are you there, Bont?
Yep, I'm right here.
Awesome, just making sure, because everything is liable to blow up my computer.
Yeah, still here.
Oh, Golmec hopes that many zombies get built, and I hope so too. We actually... I've seen Lord Mekton use a lot of zombies, but I haven't seen really heavy zombie play lately. But if there's any map for it, this is the map because the distance is so short.
Yeah, for sure.
This is such a weird and interesting map. I would not be excited to make more or put many more 96 by 96 maps in the pool. Like, it's something I want to do really sparingly. But this one, it kind of works. We've had some really good games in this map.
I think it worked out really, really well. It's got a very simple design, but it's also got that sort of simple charm to it that makes it just... It's a great beginner map as well. I definitely feel that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if this lake wasn't here in the middle, then it would just be, like, way, way too small and everything. But having that... You know, if you're on this side of the map, you have to go all the way around to get to the other side. So you have those two lanes, and you have, you know, mobility really does play a big factor in this map. Now, when I was playing Sia a lot, I always did my first expand over here, and then tried to get, like, early Shadow Beasts. So it's a way that you can play as Sia, because they can just really make use of that mana early, and this is the only map where you can kind of get it that early. But he really likes going for these early bone bows off of the back of the Ironwood Grove. So I think we're going to see a very similar build from him this time. Yep, these guys are staged in position. He's got the Carpenter Guild. I think we're going to be seeing the same thing. Over here we have Dogan. Looks like he tried to take the Ruined Monument, but actually failed. Oh, and so annoying. This little bit of harassment from the Shadeling. The most annoying thing in the world, honestly. Because he's not going to do any damage, but he got there and just stopped the Settlers a bit. Now, he could actually continue this harassment because the console player doesn't really have anything to stop it with.
Yeah, would be absolutely hilarious if you used the Shadelings to drag the skeletons into the Settlers.
Oh, dude, don't even bring that upon the world. Okay, so we have Immortalits going for a very different build this time. He started off the same, but now he is going into a kind of not econ buildings, but going for, looks like, crossbow tech. Got this Footman Cleric Bowman Company. So his economy is kind of nothing right now, but I guess he's gonna, I don't know. I'm so interested to see because he doesn't really have the resources to get crossbows well. Goes for scouts. So I have to wonder about putting the barracks up that early because it's really doing nothing right now.
Yeah, I would have expected him. I mean, if you've got the barracks there, you could have slapped a paladin on that company along with the cleric.
Oh, damn!
Would have been pretty decent.
Oh my god, especially against Sia.
Yeah, the bowman is a bit of an odd choice, but I think maybe that's for survival. Like if everything else dies, the bowman has a good chance of like standing at the back and running away.
Like I've used this exact company, and it's not a bad company just because it gives you a little extra DPS in there. But a paladin would have been, and he has the resources for it too. He could have slapped a paladin there, and this actually would have been like a sick and scary company for a Sia player this early in the game. Either way, though, we see both players just starting to move around and creep. We see Immortalits getting in here with the scouts. He's going to see what's going on. Oh my god, an early Maelstrom Engines. And look, you can see he's trying to hide it over there. And running into the militia, oh my god, he's actually not going to see that. That was really, really smart from Lord Mekton. He kind of reacted immediately, kind of got them right in that corner, and Immortalis was not able to see that. And this is weird and scary. Like, again, talking about the size of the map, this is, if there was ever a map for getting Maelstrom Engines that early, I guess it's this one. I don't quite know how I feel about that. Maelstrom Engines are just a unit that gets progressively better the more guys are on the battlefield because they have that AoE damage. So the idea of like rushing towards them early is not something I'm ever inclined towards, but what do you think?
I think at this stage of the game, the Maelstrom Engine is actually a really good way of taking settlements because if they shoot at militia, it damages the settlement as well.
Oh, that's a good point.
If he can smuggle those across the map, up to Immortalit's doorstep without him even noticing, it could do incredible amounts of damage. Like just straight up finish the game right then and there.
That's a really good point. Cool. So yeah, another really interesting strategy coming out of Mech. Like, I have to say that I think Mech is the favorite to win this tournament. Just from, like, I've been seeing him playing a lot, like, more than anyone else. I think he's the one who's been practicing the most. He had a really good showing in the last tournament, and he's just been showing really cool strategies every game.
Yeah. He's been calling for games quite often, so, I mean, like, just been really active, getting everyone involved. I have to say, I don't want to play favorites here, but if I were to have a favorite, Lord Mekton would probably be that guy. Immortalits is also playing extremely well, like just in general.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Oh, Dogan went down, and that sucks. He was kept on engage, I think. So that's a fairly big loss right there. It's really interesting to see this, too, how we have plus 30 to plus 21 at the 8-minute mark, whereas the last game we saw Immortalis, he was at like plus 80 at the 8-minute mark. So it definitely is players playing the map to an extent. Like, nobody's going for a super econ build because they're just expecting for it to become, you know, a brawl very early on.
Oh, that is such a sick company. I just realized he put Lazarus on the Maelstrom Engine company.
Oh.
They're getting Shadow's Blessing.
Oh my god. This is actually fucking scary as hell. I wonder if, like, opening Lazarus I wonder if he had this build planned either like anyway, or if opening Lazarus he was like, oh shit, I'm gonna build Master Dimensions.
Yeah, no, it's just a fantastic way of using them, because with the splash damage, that's 6 damage on like everything it hits.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. Now both players are just sitting at. Oh, he had to rebuild. No, he didn't. Okay, that would have been deadly if he had to rebuild his engineers. Either way, the Gari is taken control of by both players, and yeah, we're seeing some really shitty economies here. Now we have really good resources sitting and waiting for Immortalits, and he's going for his favorite company, Channeler Cleric. I wonder if he's going to try to put it on the back of Grens or just stick it on the back of infantry. I mean, his economy is not absolutely terrible, but not great.
It looks like while he's got the blacksmith and the barracks there, he's probably going to go with Grens, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He'll worry about the costs later. He just wants those Grens with channelers, and I don't blame him. They are really good.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And it didn't tank his economy too much. He was able to get the wood here to be able to support it. And so what he really needs is to see these Maelstrom engines. Like, once he gets that intel, he is going to be able to be in a much better position to know how to proceed in this game. So I think he might see him right here. He's going to go here and see the bulk of the Sia army. So we see these skeletons with Necromancer and Shadow Demons, and that's a cool company. I've seen him make that one multiple times. Necromancer's giving that lethargy, and then he's getting the 2 different kinds of summons.
Oh, he definitely saw that.
yeah, he saw that and he felt that. Okay. So how are the players going to proceed? We do see a little bit of a push coming here, I think, for Lord Mekton. I think he's feeling like he has these 2 really powerful companies and he's going to be able to make something work. I don't think Immortalits is that scared. Now he's going over here and trying to do a little flank with these footmen. And I think this is really risky. I just don't know what damage they're going to do. Honestly, like, I like the idea of, he knows that all of the Sia players' companies are on this side. He knows he can get in there, but like, realistically, like, what is this company going to do aside from maybe take the Ironwood Grove? Yeah,
he could take the Ironwood Grove. I think that's a good first start. I do think it's a bit weak to try to take on a village with, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I don't think this is really the play with those footmen, and now that he has this huge army at his door, things are starting to look really scary for Immortalits, and he is not in the safety of his militia. He actually got way out there, and oh no, Thora goes down, and that sucks. That is huge. Thora goes down. These scouts are sitting there and not actually doing anything. Engineers do go up there, but look at this. This is absolutely Lord Mekton's battle to win. The skeletons, the summoners are still there. The engineers are out front with Lord Amon doing just fine. And yeah, meanwhile, like we said, these footmen got over here and they just didn't do any damage. There's like nothing they could really do. Like seeing him send them there, there's nothing in my mind that I imagined they would be able to do besides just like poke a little bit.
I think they were doing quite well against the militia, but something, I wasn't watching that or what it was, but something killed the back line on that, the cleric, and that's when it really suffered.
This Bonebow company that Lord Mekton had making out there, and yeah, I mean, he was able to get to the militia, but the militia is going to get back up. He has nothing, so not the most well-conceived raid there. He's in a tough position here. He's got some company limit, but he doesn't really have much money to just be able to like shit out a econ tanking unit, and his main's gonna go down. Oh my god. I think this is like, he disengaged pretty poorly out there by moving forward instead of staying back here in his guard zone. He could have done a lot more and then used those scouts to flank, and if he kept his footmen up here, then he would have been a-okay, I think. Lord Mekton had a scary push, but it shouldn't have been this good.
He's unfortunately not going to save his main settlement there, and he's just setting that company that he threw in there even further back, because the longer you have to wait for that channeler to get back up, the longer it's going to take for them to
oh my god, heal. He wasn't even able to sell everything. This is absolutely Lord Mekton's game. I don't see any way that the council player is going to come back here. Minus 52. His economy is completely tanked. And he calls it GG. There's nothing more he can do. I can't blame him. There was no reason to kind of stay in that game at that point. Damn, that was such a good build by him, and I don't think he really had that much business losing that. That was just, I think, a really poor choice trying to raid with those footmen.
Yeah, I think if those footmen were on the other side with the rest of his army, it probably would have made a difference in that fight.
Oh, absolutely.
Lord Mekton didn't really have much of a strong DPS army. It was most of his companies up there were just purely like siege damage. So yeah, he probably could have stopped it with a little bit more. But I do think that from my perspective there, it seemed like Lord Mekton was just a little more familiar with the map.
Yeah.
And was kind of going for that kill shot as opposed to Immortalits just kind of wondering what's going to happen next or what's going to come around the corner, and then those maelstroms show up.
That was a good game.
It was a good game.
Yeah, so now we have in the 1-1 bracket. Well, let's take a look at the bracket in just a second. You let me know when it's ready. Yeah, but Vargan is a really interesting, cool map. I really like seeing it. And also, I just want to note that we're making like pretty damn good time.
Yeah, for a tournament, this is like people are going straight for the kill here. They're not fucking around.
Yeah. I was expecting this tournament to go to like 12 or 1 or so, which I guess is meaningless to everyone else who's not in my time zone, but I was expecting it to go like 2+ hours more than this, and I think it's gonna be over soon, which is cool because I'm excited to maybe play some like FFAs or whatever.
Yeah. The thing should be updated now, by the way.
Arides says, please tell me it's not Cave of Fear. No, it's Blizzard of Oz. That's great. It was the Forge, but that was banned by our player. So let's go and take a look at the bracket. So we have Immortalits beat Arides the first round. Lord Mekton beat Tau. In the losers match, we had Arides winning on Cave of Fear after losing that first game, moving on to the 1-1 bracket. And Immortalits versus Mekton in the winners bracket, we just saw, and Lord Mekton had a commanding victory. So now Lord Mekton has his place secured in the finals, and he will get the map pick for the finals. And then we have Immortalits and Arides both fighting to see who is going to meet Lord Mekton there. So this is a rematch. Immortalits beat Arides in the first round, but now they're going to be playing on a different map. They will be playing on Blizzard of Oz because the Forge was banned by Arides. I'm really sad that Arides and Lord Mekton both banned the Forge because I was actually really excited to see some games on that. But c'est la vie, I gave players the option to ban, and so here we are. So we have 2 games left. We have Immortalits versus Arides to see who will meet Lord Mekton in the finals, and let's see what is going to happen here, my friends, my friends, my friends. All right. So who do you think is going to win this match? Do you think Immortalits is going to be able to just repeat what he did to Arides last time? Or do you think that maybe Arides is going to have learned from his mistakes?
I don't know. It's a tough one, especially considering the map. Blizzard of Oz could honestly go either way. I think Arides is a lot more confident on Blizzard of Oz, but we'll have to see how things have progressed since the last month's tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if Lord Mekton is coming back. He might just be watching the stream. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna play the little intro here, and we have Arides versus Immortalits again. So my computer seems to be running totally fine now, by the way.
That's learning as we go here, I guess. What we can do and what we can't, and hardware limitations here. But that's good news.
Absolutely. All right. Alrighty, and here we are on Cave of Fear. In the south, we have Arides with Ronin's Keep, and in the north, we have Immortalits with Timor, the council player of the green skin, versus the royalist player of the black skin. So we see, it looks like, again, we're going to see the exact same build coming out of both players. I completely understand why players play this way, but I do hope we get to a point where we start to see people mixing up their builds in tournaments more. At this point, people are kind of just like, I have my one build that I know and do, and it makes a lot of sense because they're just practice with these builds.
I think it's limited practice time, honestly. I mean, like, we're all kind of inventing our own builds as we go, kind of using each other's as references. So, I mean, if you've only got enough time to practice one of these builds solidly, it's better to use that build every time.
I completely agree. Yeah. I do. I just hope as we continue to play more, then players will become more comfortable with their builds. And
yeah, for sure. Have a bag of tricks. You know?
Yes, exactly. I always tried to have at least like 2 or 3 builds. But then again, I probably wasn't as practiced on those builds as these players are. Okay, so go on.
It does actually kind of demonstrate how important it is just to have a good opener. You don't necessarily need to have the most variation in the opener, and then you start to experiment more towards the mid game. You know, like you have a plan, like an opener that works for multiple different plans, and then you go into those in the mid game.
I do completely agree. It's just kind of like having your fundamental down before you start to work on having a bag of tricks.
Exactly.
Is the best way to put it. All right, so engineers with Dogan are going in and attacking this undead, and are they able to take it? It's gonna be close. I think they're gonna be able to take it just fine. It's a pretty close battle. It looks like he knows what he's doing there. Arides' scouts are moving out very quickly and are going to do what they do best, and that is scout. Okay, so we see actually Immortalits just did some tech switch on the fly. I saw him building a temple, and I think he canceled it and decided to go for the econ buildings instead. Which I think is always the play. If it's the difference between a solid econ opening and like a cheesier early tech opening, like the early tech openings are the things you should have in the as a bag of tricks to do sometimes, but really rely on those more econ openings as your bread and butter.
Yeah, you can just delay everything by a short amount. Build all your economy buildings in your main settlement, and then the next village that you build then becomes your main recruitment settlement. So you kind of you've got that initial settlement, like your main one, giving you that economic sort of battery, like charging your economy.
Okay, so we are seeing pretty much the same build as we saw the first game coming out of Immortalits. He has those footmen with bowmen in the back. He's got the short engineers and short scouts. This is just a solid little threesome of companies who is going to be able to do what he needs. Like, he has these scouts where he can move them so that his Ironwood Grove doesn't get raided, so that he can stop these guys from doing whatever silliness they're going to try to do. They're going to try to move out, but perhaps forgetting that the barbarian village is here, immediately is going to move back. Oh, but these scouts might get caught. No, they're going to be able to get out just fine, I think. But looking a little hairy for just a second there. Plus 46 is the economy of the council player. Meanwhile, down here, the royalist player, nobody has gone for their Haroon yet, but the royalist player has just built himself up in the same kind of way we've seen him build himself up every game. Getting those long engineers and the short scouts who are up there doing what they do best in scouting. Ooh, sitting on some money is the council player. I imagine we're just going to see this become a bank very soon. And I imagine we're going to see people go for the Haroon very soon.
You could also go for the upgrade as council.
Oh, very true, very true. I always forget about that option. He does go for the bank, and I think that's the right play, doing that first, just trying to get your econ up as early as possible. But I don't know, it actually might not have been a bad idea to just go for the upgrade, because he's not at that much negative from the market.
Yeah, I do think you're right, though, going for the bank, because, I mean, he had, negatives in everything. The market obviously wasn't giving him any economy.
So, he's got his economy battery at his main there. He's going for his Haroon, and he is looking to be in a good position. He has practiced this build. I really like this build. You know, we saw it work out really well for him in the first game. So he has not gone for the Haroon yet. He's just going for this bandit camp, and that's going to put him at enough money. Well, he's going to be at enough money right now to upgrade, and I think that's what we're going to see coming first. sold his Carpentry Guild and his main and is going for a wood export, I believe. And he is upgrading Orleans. Okay, and now sitting at a good chunk of change, getting that wood export. That's going to put him pretty negative in wood, but it's going to be fine because as soon as he gets that Haroon up, he's going to be able to get that wood back to a good place. And yeah, he's going to have a pretty sick economy after this. Oh, this could be deadly. Immortalits is down here catching Arides at a really good moment and stopping him from being able to take his bandit camp. That is always really good when you can pull that off. Now, he doesn't have the fighting power here to be able to just, like, clean up and take the bandit camp from him, but he is going to delay this a decent bit. And so I really like this play. I just hope he's not losing track of what he's doing up north while he's trying to micro down south.
Yeah, pretty effective from what I can see. Seemed like he added at least 20 seconds to however long it would take to kill that bandit camp. Looks like Arides is chasing him out here, though.
Yep. So we really see the scouts dancing around. Let's look at the Kohan. I haven't brought attention to those. So we have Dogan, siege bonus, rapid entrenching. We have Saman, who just has that cavalry resistance, which is kind of nice. He definitely might come into play against the Royalist player. And then Sari, protection recovery. Everybody loves a good protection recovery, Kohan. And over on the Royalist side, he's got Arya, who's given that quicker recovery. Aside from that, it's just a melee Kohan. We got Javan, a pretty powerful archer Kohan. And we got Roxana, a blessing Kohan.
Javan's biggest strength is actually his the modifier he gives for siege bonus.
Oh, yes.
He provides +8 siege bonus to attack. So if you put him on something that has like a really fast attack, it'll just shred buildings.
Yeah, that's a really, really solid raiding company. Okay, yeah. So we see the goons coming out here again. Like I said, we are just seeing the exact same builds out of these players. And this Royalist build is a little slow on getting the econ, and it doesn't get these dragoons like super fast. So I'm wondering if there's a way to optimize that build. I just haven't played enough Royalists to like have a really good build down like that, but
it seems to me like he's not getting much value out of the dragoons, but it does certainly give peace of mind at this point in the game.
For sure, peace of mind is important, but it's not what wins you games, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have a single workshop at this point, which is kind of the backbone of Royalist's economy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, early on, for me, I like getting a workshop and then a bazaar to sort of like balance it out and get a ton of resources out of it. If you spend all of your initial money as Royalist, it's really, really difficult to scrape your way out of that situation.
Yeah, I've definitely been there when I've played Royalist. So he is at a decent econ. He's at +54. Definitely not terrible by any means, and he has what he needs to start to move out and do things. Now, both players have ignored the Spider's Nest up until this point. They're sitting at 6 out of 8 militia, so they are going to be a bit difficult to take, but look, we see the same company here coming out of our friend Immortalits, and he has the crossbowmen with magicians in the back. And I wonder if we're going to see him start to throw away some of his other companies like he did last time. Bit early for that, but interested to see how he proceeds from here now that he has his crossbowmen with magicians that he loves so much.
Yeah, I think it's very good potential for Arides to counter that army composition with sorceresses. But you need at least 4 of them, I would say, in order to reliably disable a decent chunk of a company.
So Arides is down here trying to take this spider, and having he's going to take it just fine, but it was a hard-fought battle. And actually, oh my god, I don't think he is going to take it because those goons were forced to retreat, and 1 spider remaining is actually going to push him out. If our friend Immortalits is able to see this, then this is going to be a huge punishment. And oh my god, Arya goes down. That is huge for Arides. That is a bummer. I say this every match. that I cast with spiders, but always have to say it again. Spiders have a 50% melee resistance. So when you take them, you really, really want to have archers to be able to do the DPS. And unless you just have enough melee companies, but at this point in the game, you usually do want to have archers. And oh my god, Javin is also in the midst of the spider web. Spiders do finally go down in a very, very scrappy battle. Hopefully he can now take out the spider lair before more spiders come out and ruin his day.
It's a good thing the engineers were the ones to survive to try to finish it off there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we are going to start to see, yup, exactly what I thought. We see the transition from the library tech into the channeler cleric tech. Now he is cutting himself off to be able to make any more DPS for a while. Of course, he can still always make bowmen, but getting rid of the library, he now does not have the option to add any more magicians or wizards to his build, but this is what he really likes to do. I like that he is, instead of going straight for channeler cleric, he is taking the time to get this really powerful back row DPS company and then transitioning. So I think really soon we're going to start to see Grand Channeler Cleric coming out. Might get rid of these scouts. But let me take a look here. So yeah, those footmen are at 39 experience that they have earned well throughout this game. So if he chooses to get rid of them again, it's just a little bit of wasted experience for a company that will definitely make it up to regular.
Yeah, I think they're a pretty solid company just to have on hand against just a guard on like the flanks against cavalry. This map is a bit more open than Cave of Fear, so he might just need something like that to protect certain parts of his army.
Yep, so again, interested to see what he does. This is the waiting moment here. Okay, so he is making moves to take the center of the map. Oh, this might actually work out really well. I think what might be going through his head is that he is just going to try to take the wood here to be able to continue to... We are back. God damn, this is way too much for my laptop to handle. Unfortunately, so we're trying some new things. Bont is not going to be able to co-cast with me. Having Discord open while having everything else open is obviously just a little too much. So I will be casting the rest of it by myself for the rest of the time. Hopefully everything runs okay when Discord is not open. The players are going to restart that last game, which I hate. Yeah, I hate having to do that. Okay, we're going to get back into this game. Thank you all. We have Immortalits versus Arides, semi-final match on Blizzard of Oz. Here we go. Let's do this again. We see Immortalits looks like he's going to be going for the same build, and I assume Arides is going to be going for the exact same build too. So nothing too much to talk about at the beginning of the stream here, so I'm just going to have to say random shit and hope that you guys are still listening. And thank you everyone who is watching and has continued to watch through these technical difficulties. It definitely might be time for me to get a more powerful PC at some point in the future, but it's just not really a huge priority in my life. I love doing the casting and I love doing the YouTube channel, but spending $1,000 on a new PC is, I have other things that unfortunately are more important to me to spend my money on. So maybe it'll happen someday, or maybe I'm just going to have to continue to work with what I got and kind of just make cuts here and there to make it work on my PC, which it seems to have been working before this. I tried to add like some videos to the cast and trying to co-cast with Bont. It might have all just added up to just a little too much for what my PC can handle. So here we are. We do have... Oh, actually... okay, no, this is Immortalis. Gotta get my head back in the game. Everyone is going for the exact same build. It looks like we have Carpentry Guild. We have the Royalist Village of Chelm getting put down. So the spiders are a big thing on this map that really needs to get mentioned. They're in an awkward position where if you don't deal with them, you're going to run into them later in the game. And it's something that's actually really difficult to deal with on this map, to be honest. Because engagements, they're out a good bit on the map, like out far enough where you often engage your opponent and start that battle before you actually have the time to go over and get the spiders. And so then you'll be in this struggle with your opponent and be maneuvering around the map that way. Meanwhile, the spiders will often still be there and you'll just get caught in their guard zone. It's definitely a bit of a pain in the ass, and it is something that I've considered. I might ask players after this tournament, especially. I've considered changing around the map a little bit to change the position of the spiders, so it's not quite as bad in that way. And this is a stupidly close battle. Oh my god, he barely took those skeletons with 1 morale out of 40. Holy shit. By the skin of his teeth. And yes, we are seeing the exact same build over here. We have Hisrock on these scouts. I'm sorry, Slistalk. It's really hard to keep track of all the different Slaughnery heroes on the different factions. Slistalk, Poison Spitter, the Cavalry Foe, the Shadow Resistance, the Rapid Entrenching, and the Courageous Slan are going over here and just kind of hanging out outside of Immortalits' base. Oh, Spider-Oni games, yes. At least I changed it, Golmex, so that like the spiders will not really come out on the map. It takes way longer for them to come out, and when they do, it's just a single spider that'll come out, not an entire company of 3 of them. But always, always, spiders will ruin games and ruin lives. And thank you for still being here. Ironwood Grove, we have, yes, this is the exact same build. I really like this build out of Immortalits. It, like, as a console player, I just really love to see that Carpentry Guild Iron Export Bank out of the main. It's just such a happy, full feeling that I get. I literally do. And he's sitting at plus 60 economy before the 5-minute mark, which is very sick. And we have double scouts going up here for Arides. He's actually trying to make an early push with these scouts. And he has Azura and Slistalk on both the scouts. So he is going to be able to do some annoyance, if nothing else here. Oh, and we have Yistalk versus Slistalk. The Slaughneries are fighting. And so this is definitely a little bit of map control that Arides has now gained himself. A different build than we saw last game, going for very late engineers. But what is he going to be able to do with these scouts? That is the main question. Is he going to be able to go over here and snipe the bandit camp? Is he going to just be able to kind of move back and forth and kind of keep his opponent contained? Like, that could be a really powerful strategy right now. But I think Immortalits is really okay. He's kind of okay with what he's got. It does make it a little bit more precarious, him trying to take his indies and his creep, knowing that these guys are out here. So if that is the Royalist player's, what he's trying to do there, then I kind of love it. Moving in a little quick, I think if he's going to do this, then he can actually sit back and wait for the bandits to do some damage to Immortalits before he moves in with his scouts. Either way, he is just causing mass hysteria here with these guys, and I don't think they're quite going to be able to do it, especially with Ravid. This is a pretty powerful company that is not going to be able to get taken that easily. But this is a really close battle. Not going to happen, though. The council player is going to be able to get by just fine, is going to be able to push the Royalist scouts back, take his creeps, and be annoyed by the whole thing, but not really be too worse for wear. Meanwhile, the Royalist player is actually kind of sitting back, not doing a whole lot behind this. He has not taken any of his creeps yet, nor has he taken his Haroon. So while he is the one kind of putting pressure on right now, I think it's not working as well as he wants it to. Slistalk's entire company has gone down, as has Azura, so he actually just has these heroes here who he's trying to get away, but the Slaughnery battle, Yistalk capturing Slistalk. It's not going to happen. Both Kohan are going to be able to get back home, and this is not my fault this time. It is now Arides who is causing some technical difficulties, but it's okay. He comes back just fine. And it is looking really, really good for Immortalits. It is looking really good for him to completely turn around his performance from the last tournament, coming in last place and not winning a game, to now all of a sudden being in a good position in the 1-1 match and looking like it's very possible he could go into the finals. Definitely not going to say anything too early, but it is very possible that he could make this happen. I just really like his positioning right now at the 9-minute mark. Back here, scouts are trying to get their lives back together, and just short infantry with Jordan. I do not know. Okay, it looks like they're going to be able to. Jordan does a lot of damage, and so that's just really helping him take this these bandits down. But this is a really close battle. I honestly wouldn't have done it myself, but it looks like it is able to work just fine. Seeing a lot of the same stuff. Saving up some money is the Royalist player. I guess what I would like to see out of that money is honestly him just bank it for when he takes the Haroon and start to pump out some components there. He can get Carpentry Guild. He can get... Oh, and he's at -6 wood too. Interesting. He can get Carpentry Guild and then start to get some econ buildings. Meanwhile, over here, plus 67 is the council player, and he is going to start to get some sick economy going on in Hard Jar, and he's going to get that same Bowman company that we've been seeing out of him. Now he has the tech he needs, so really all he has to do is throw down an iron here, and then he's going to be able to get all that he needs. Sold his Carpentry Guild for a wood, but going for a market there instead. Moving out is Immortalits with his footman with Ravid, and finally down here the Haroon is being taken by our Royalist friend. Interested to see how he moves all the components around here. He has all the money to do what he needs to do. I think he might just not quite know exactly how to go forward. But if all he has to do is throw an iron down here, and he has plenty. Getting this library here is getting him extra mana that he does not need yet. But he can start to get that Bowman company out anytime as soon as he just kind of puts the right components down. Either way, he is starting to move out, looking at the middle of the map, looking at the side of the map. And the Royalist player does have his goons up like he likes to do, and does have a workshop in his second. We were kind of talking last game about how workshop's really the backbone of Royalist macro, so it's really nice to see him getting that. Okay, and he is doing exactly that, getting that blacksmith there. I imagine he might get a sawmill somewhere. Either way, he's had the tech available to get these crossbows for so long and is just waiting on it. So this is a lot of lost minutes of getting his companies up in the middle of the game when it's really important, when you can start to move towards that. Yeah, I agree, Lord Mekton. The 2 scouts was really not that effective. He could have been a bit more effective with it if he laid in waiting. Like when Immortalits went and tried to take the bandit camp, the scouts immediately moved in, which kind of did nothing. If he had waited for the bandits to basically be cleared so that it did the maximum amount of damage to Immortalits' company, then they might have swooped in and been able to have stolen it, but that wasn't the case, and I'm not even sure it would have worked out that way anyways. Nevertheless, he has his 2... Oh, no. This is way too early to go after this dragon, and this might have been a mistake, and oh my god, that actually really hurts to see. Arides, get out of there. These engineers are getting so destroyed, and Jordan, I think, is going to go down. Oh my god. Wasn't the spiders this time, but was actually the friggin' dragon. Meanwhile, Immortalits is coming in here and doing scouting. I don't think he's going to see that happened, but Arides is crying. Definitely some tears falling right now. Okay, so we see the same kind of stuff going on for the council player. We see him switching up tech to be getting the cleric channeler. Oh, sorry guys, I just really have to stretch. My back's been not great lately. I actually kind of injured my back a month ago and injured it more times while it was recovering, and I got tendonitis in my wrist a couple weeks ago, so my body's been going through some shit, but I'm overall feeling a lot better now. been able to work just fine and stuff. Okay, now this is a good use of these scouts. I do think these 2 scouts will be able to take this Gari just fine, especially with the Kohan. I would like to see them put in battle formation and just move in there, and I think they'll take it fine. The Gari is really where you can use mobility to shine on this map. So much of the action just takes place like in a rather small middle section, but if you have the mobility, then you can go and start to take these corner indies, which are so valuable, and can be kind of hard to take too, because the opponent, if they're not dealing with a mobile army, they don't want to spend that much time moving all the way over there. Really good play taking this Gari. Meanwhile, we do see the same kind of stuff starting to come out of the council player. He has a good economy. He's sitting on 13 and 4, and once again, I just really want to see that turned into something. Gren's coming down, putting himself at -9 wood. That's fine though, and now he still has a company slot, and he still has a lot of iron. So that's interesting because he sold his wood here to get the iron, and looking at the resources right now, that was actually made no sense to do. Well, that's a lie. He obviously got it to get the Grens there. Don't listen to me on that. He needed it for the tech, but point being, he now has all his extra iron. I guess he didn't really have to build it with that. He should probably sell that and try to get a sawmill. There's some things he can do to move things around, but point being, he's sitting on 7 and 2. He should either get settlers right now, or he should use that with like infantry cleric, channeler cleric. That's only going to, actually, he's going to be totally fine with that. He has just enough resources to be sitting at +1 iron and get an infantry channeler cleric, which is still really good. Like, it's actually incredibly good. You do not need to get it on Grens. Obviously, it's better on Grens, but infantry channeler cleric can still tank the shit out of things. Either way, the spiders rearing their ugly head, catching some scouts from Arides, and Arides is going over here and immediately gets a stone export in the Gari. I guess just trying to spend the least he possibly can to get some economy. Meanwhile, Immortalits, the council player, is taking control of the center of this map. He is going to use that. Okay, so he got the more Grens. He's going to be able to get his wood back up pretty much to normal here. This is going to be +12 total. So he's really tailored this build, I think, to Blizzard of Oz, where he's able to kind of get all his economy right at the right level by using this middle. So it looks like we might have a push coming in here, though, for the Royalist player. With goons and horse archers, I think he's going to be just fine taking this. He really needs to be scouting this. He has these scouts here. The engineers are slightly distracted taking this, but I think he's actually holding off on the attack as the Royalist player. And with these Grens coming in, he's going to be totally fine to hold this. Arides' scouts are doing the same thing, kind of holding off on the wings, hoping to come in and flank when this battle happens. And here we go. The goons are moving in, and they're actually not going to do anything. The crossbowmen and the Grens are going to be able to kind of decimate them. Grens do get a little bit of cavalry bonus, so it's not going to work at all for Arides, and he's immediately getting out of there. Getting magicians with Rainbringer, so getting some really powerful DPS there. Once again, he is getting caught by the spiders, and oh my god, if Slistok goes down, which he is about to, this is the second Kohan this game that Arides has lost to a misclick to running into either the dragons or the spiders, and this friggin' sucks. It actually pains me a little bit to watch this, and it's definitely making me in favor of maybe moving around these spiders. My idea is to kind of just like make the mountains go like this and kind of tuck the spider there, so it's a little bit more of a place you have to purposely go towards. Nevertheless, part of the game is being careful and not letting that stuff happen, but it's also just like it happens to everyone, and it's such a friggin' boner kill to see that happening. So Arides is sitting at a pretty good economy, pretty even with the council player, but the council has a really sick army. Council is actually 6-5 in company limit, and I think Immortalits actually has a really good chance to end this game fairly soon. I hope he doesn't separate his army too much. He's once again moving in with only a small contingent of his army and setting himself up to get flanked, and I really hope that doesn't happen. But meanwhile, Arides is doing a really good raid up here in the north, and this is actually going to be, this could be deadly. He can easily take the Haroon if Immortalits is not able to react to it. And meanwhile, he is moving everything down south, so we're going to see a bit of a trade going on here. But that is so much being lost out of the Har Dar Jar, out of the Haroon Sanctuary. Okay, how is Immortalits going to react? He's starting to move down south. Is he going to continue to push down south? Is he going to react? He has to move some guys up north. I don't think he can just let this go down. If he moves even the footmen, the scouts, and the engineers, get them back up north, then he can continue to actually kind of win the game with this deadly push down here. He just has to split his army up just enough to be able to defend against what the Royalist player is doing up here. So that is going to go down. I think he's pretty much doing that. The engineers are just sitting here doing nothing, which kind of hurts to see, but I think that he is going to be able to get the rest of his guys up there. He's sacrificing the Haroon. He's going to move back to the guard zone here with his footmen and his scouts, and he's going to be able to be just fine moving in here. Now, this is, I think, actually exactly what I've been talking about, like when I made that replay analysis talking about Lord Mekton. I mean, sorry, not Lord Mekton. Talking about Immortalits' game. It's kind of proving exactly now where he has these scouts and footmen. He has these kind of like smaller companies. And so he's able to do this big push off the back of these powerful companies and still have those guys to do the defense that they need to do. Okay, Kohan is in here. He moves in very forward with this particular company. These guys are a little bit out back and getting caught by the scouts. I do think that this is looking fairly good for the council player. It was a little bit of a weird engagement moving this guy so far up behind the other ones, and Kohan might actually go down, but seeing how much the Royalist player has lost, I think it might actually be okay. Okay, so sitting at 6 out of 7, I do think the console player should immediately get something go. So he has a city here. He should immediately get some other company just to defend him, because he has the battle won down here. He has the battle actually easily won. He's going to be able to take everything in Arides' main, and I think there's kind of very little chance he's going to lose this game. The only chance of it happening is if a complete base trade happens here, and the way he could stop that from happening for sure would be to just throw down, a short footman company, just to have that little bit of extra for when this attack comes from Arides, and I think he's going to be fine either way, but that is just the one thing that could go wrong that he really needs to protect against. Meanwhile, not paying attention and not going after it, but here we go. The main of Arides is being taken, and Immortalits has come up with a really sick console build that is kind of dominating this tournament, dominating Arides at least. Got to face him twice, and Arides was just not able to take this, not able to really deal with this build. Up here, we do see the base trade is not going to happen again. He has so much company limit, does the council player, so just to block himself from something really stupid happening, he really needs to just throw up short footmen. That's literally all I want to see, just to stop something potentially from going horribly wrong. Meanwhile, he is over here engaging these Haroon, and this is going to be an interesting battle because we have guys flinging. I mean, the Haroon are so good against archers that I think they are going to win this battle pretty handily. The rest of the army really needs to come up here for Immortalits to be able to take this. This is a bit of a scrappy engagement. I think he should just retreat at this point, kind of huddle up back here and just go in for the kill. Meanwhile, up here, okay, he has Grens with a cleric channeler, so that's going to be completely fine to be able to ward off any base trading and raiding happening up there. Meanwhile, he is just regrouping down here. Once he gets these companies back up, he should be in a fine position. He can start to do some stuff with these royalist outposts. Arides can actually try to come back. I think that might be the play, would be to just raise... Oh no, spiders coming out. Arides is getting... This is not going to do any damage, but it is going to stop him at a really crucial moment when he needs those companies down south ASAP. What's going on, Diego? Thanks for joining us. You might have come at a good time because you missed some my stream crashing twice, and hopefully it's going to be good from now on. Just to give you an update, this is the 1-1 match. Lord Mekton has secured his place in the finals, and the winner of this match is going to be in the finals. We have Immortalits versus Arides, and Immortalits is looking to be well ahead here. Arides is able to use these mobile companies. He's going to be able to come and take the middle if he wants, but I actually don't think that's the best move. The middle is not what he cares about as much right now. It would be better to start to get some of his settlements back, or just get here and be able to flank these guys from behind. Meanwhile, though, engineers and scouts go down. Immortalits wins this battle handily. He is sitting up north with now way more companies than he needs, but that's totally fine. Scouts go down, and Arides calls GG. This is it. Immortalits has made his way to the finals. Arides has gotten 3rd place in this tournament. Tao got 4th place. God, that was a really good match. I'm sorry we had to redo it. Thank you guys for both being good sports about that. Hell yeah. Super cool to see. Im is pulling off some really good tricks this game, and now we just get to see how the finals go against Lord Mekton, kind of the one who is proving himself to be the most dominant in the 1v1 scene right now. How will Im's new console build do against that? Lord Mekton is certainly be able to see it in action twice now, and is probably already thinking about ways that he can potentially counter it. Sorry, you guys just have to watch me chat. Oh, but that's okay. I like talking to my Kohan peeps. Alrighty, I am just going to get up for a second and get some water. I'll be right back, folks, and we'll get into the finals as soon as we can. All right, guys, I am back. Oh man. We'll play in just a couple minutes. I'm just gonna put the bracket up on the stream and talk for a minute, and then I'll be ready if you guys are. This is an exciting finals, and Destiny is the choice. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's one map we haven't played yet today, and that's actually the map that I was going to just make the default map for the finals. But I think it makes sense to have the 2-0 player get to have that little bit of an edge up. Wow, my ping is so much worse than all yours, but I guess you're all on the same continent, aren't you? Okay. I'm going to get that bracket going. Here we are. Here is what we are seeing for the finals. Small recap. Arides versus Immortalits faced each other on Cave of Fear, and Immortalits debuted this new build that he's been using where he gets those crossbowmen. The crossbowman magician company gets a really sick early econ and then kind of switches things up into channeler cleric, and he just did a mid-game push with two channeler cleric Gren companies, and the crossbowman with magician had a sick economy behind it, and Arides just kind of did not stand a chance there. Meanwhile, the next game, which was Lord Mekton against Tau, took place on Alskar, and God, I don't even remember because that game there were some technical difficulties going on. Lord Mekton was the winner there, and I can't for the life of me remember exactly how that game went. So this is how my recap is going. Oh, the Gari got sniped. Yeah. Tau had a pretty good opener, but then Lord Mekton just went for the Shadow Beast Dreadlords, was able to snipe Tau's Gari, and from there was just able to kind of win the game and take it. Then the losers round, we had Arides versus Tau. Tau went for an ill-informed early attack against Arides that could have succeeded, but it was a little bit sloppy, and Arides was just able to defend it, and Tau gave up. Then we had the semifinals, Immortalits versus Lord Mekton. Immortalits went down to a really strong push of Lord Mekton on Vargan, where he just went for bone bows with a Maelstrom engine backing early. And both players, it was a really close game, and both players had these kind of like shitty econ, Vargan-based builds where they were just going for stuff early, but it was worked out in Lord Mekton's favor. Immortalits had kind of sent some footmen off to the side and were not there to defend. Meanwhile, they did nothing on their raid. So Lord Mekton was able to take that game, which sent Immortalits to the 1-1 bracket, where him and Arides rematched, which is what we just saw. They faced on Blizzard of Oz, and Immortalits did that same build that he's so good at doing, and hell yeah, we saw him just take that win. Really good game. Arides lost some unfortunate units to some spiders and stuff, but now we have it here. Tau 4th place, Arides 3rd place. Here's the finals, Lord Mekton versus Immortalits. Lord Mekton has chosen to go on Destiny, and let's get this going very, very soon. Mekton versus Immortalits. Alrighty, and here we are. We are on Destiny. We have Immortalits in Ironhold going for Quarry first, going to get those engineers and probably do the exact same build we've been seeing. Meanwhile, Lord Mekton also probably going to do the same build we've been seeing, but alas, he is actually going for just Settlers here and not seeing the Shadelings yet. Not doing anything with that second company slot, and I'm a bit confused as to what's going to happen here. Usually you're going to immediately see either the engineers coming out of that quarry or other settlers or shadelings, but he is just sitting at just settlers. So interested in this choice, interested in where he's going with these settlers, if he's going to do his, a little pocket settlement there, as we often see on Destiny. Over here, yes, we do see the same kind of build going on for Immortalits. He has opened up Thaddeus. He has opened up Amber. He has opened up Kyran. So Thaddeus is going to do some actually really nice damage against Sia. That's not a bad choice, or not choice. That's not a bad pick at all. Thank you. If anyone likes any of the music that's being played, it is all stuff that Brood 700, aka Mark, aka my former bandmate, he has been putting out some solo music. Follow him on YouTube. I think it's just Mark Panciocco on YouTube. Just look up Brood 700. It should pop up too. He's on Spotify. Yeah, he's been putting out some really cool instrumental tracks. Alrighty, over here, Lord Mekton. So he went for those. It was late, but he went for the engineers. Is not going for early Shadelings, which is an interesting choice because you always see him going for early Shadelings. So I like to see that he is switching up his builds. Short engineers with Thaddeus should be totally fine in taking this Ruined Monument, especially with Thaddeus doing that holy damage. And yeah, exact same build. I think it's Immortalits is just really comfortable with this build. He's had success with it this tournament, and he's not going to stop it now. So this is a rematch. These two did face each other in the semifinals. Immortalits was able to fight back into it again, though, and we see, yes, the same kind of build going for... oh, interesting. Very cool. So instead of the Shadelings, he spends a bit of extra money to get that blacksmith and goes for these full skeletons behind the full bone bows. Very cool build. At the 3.5 minute mark, he actually has a really sick army. And his economy is not too much to speak of, but I think he'll be okay in getting it back up. Meanwhile, over here, we have the scouts coming out of Immortalits, and I wonder if Immortalits is like confused by now that he hasn't seen the Shadelings coming for his opponent. Because Lord Mekton is not shy about getting Shadelings early and sending them where they need to be. And I'm actually surprised he hasn't added on any yet. Either way, Shamal on these engineers with Cloud of Fear is able to take care of that Ruined Monument just fine. So both players have taken their Ruined Monuments. The next creeping is going to be going for that Bandit Camp. And finally, the Glowing Temple is kind of the most difficult one. Okay, but we have this pocket Slanry village, which is very, very valuable on Destiny. Meanwhile, you have the Haroon out here. So there is always a little bit of a question which indie you go for first on this map. The Slan is so much safer. It's very valuable. But at the same time, we have the Haroon is capable of being sniped by the opponent. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering here because I'm wondering if I should say something. So what Immortalits did there is actually not legal, but I don't think that I was the one who was very clear about that ruling. He drew the militia out with his engineers and then used the scouts to just take the village while the militia were drawn over here. Whether he did that on purpose or not, that's something we actually banned in the Ascension tournament because it's just pretty stupid. You can kind of just like, you can take indies so much easier by just using any company to just draw out the militia. Either way, I'm not going to penalize him for that because I have not made it explicit to this new group of players that you can't do that. So there's going to be absolutely no penalty for that there. It just reminds me to tell people about that ruling. Over here, we have Immortalits seeing the Shadelings finally, and he's going to start going for his Bandit Camp. So what I was saying before, basically, the Haroon is more out there, so the opponent can potentially snipe it. It gives you more supply zone out on the map, but the Slan is so much safer, and, I mean, Slan are just really freaking good. Haroon are too, and that's just kind of like a personal preference where you're going with your build, which one of the neutral units you want to have. But either way, he has gone for his Slanry first. The Sia player also went for his Slanry first, but is going for his Haroon at roughly the same time. Yeah, you may be right, Bond. It's just something I wanted to mention because as it was happening, I was like, I don't know. Because I don't think we've talked about that ruling to any of this new group of players, so we just have to come up with something to be totally clear and make sure there's no ambiguity with stuff like that. Because I know Immortalits wasn't trying to do anything sneaky, and even if he did, he didn't know that we didn't allow it, so it's absolutely no problem right now. But Moving over here is his footmen trying to take these bandits, and they fail just barely, but the engineers with Thaddeus coming in from behind are going to be able to take it just fine. These shadelings might come in here and just annoy these engineers, but he's getting all the intel he needs. Meanwhile, Immortalits is just kind of parking his scouts in the middle of the map. It's actually fairly rare that you see like scouts and other units moving it towards this lane. Like this just kind of happens when people start to take the middle. So in theory, keeping your scouts in the middle of the map is a good idea because you can see people moving around, but there's not actually that much movement that happens there on this map. Meanwhile, over here, the Sia player is easily going to be able to take his bandit camp. And so, yeah, both players are just doing their thing. A sick economy, plus 93 at the 9-minute mark, is really, really powerful for our console player. I imagine we're going to see him start going for his Haroon pretty shortly now that he has taken the bandit camp. And yeah, both players are going to be at pretty much the same position. We just see that the Sia player is ahead in terms of map control, but quite far behind in terms of economy. And both players have comparable armies. The Sia player's army is a little bit better. But what are we going to see happen here? We got the upgrading village going down, and so this is where he's going to start to get those components to get his crossbowmen and his grenadiers and all that stuff that we've been seeing from him. It seems a little bit later this game. I kind of want to check on that timing, because the Sia player has stuff where if he attacked it, I think the console player will be fine. There's enough militia and stuff going on. The Sia player definitely could make a move towards the Haroon. The Sia player could start to get some more deadly military units out, but he is going for economy as well. So at plus 75 to plus 99, he's still behind, but getting up there. And once again, I'm actually really liking how this game is looking for Immortalits. The last game, Lord Mekton was able to do a push on Vargan that Immortalits just didn't really, we just had guys out of position and lost that way. But now this is shaping up to be more of a standard macro game, which I think is where Immortalits kind of shines. At least getting to the mid-game unperturbed and being able to have these really powerful companies and a really powerful economy. And so Lord Mekton is just sitting there and letting him do that so far. The Haroon is very much in possession of our friend Lord Mekton. He might be making moves to go after that glowing temple. He could take that with what he has just fine. He would probably want to engage with the engineers first, because the chain lightning is going to do so much damage to these skeleton warriors. Shadelings go down. Not sure exactly where that happened. Probably around here. But Immortalits is going for his Haroon and is going to be able to take it really easily. And we have the tech down. We should see those crossbowmen come out any moment now. I'm going to be able to afford them just fine, especially once he starts to get more out of the Haroon that he just took. 102 economy. Absolutely sick. Okay, so he has these crossbowmen coming out. And does he immediately? Yes, he immediately sells the library, goes for the temple. He's going to switch his tech up. Doesn't matter if he's tanking for a minute. His econ is still sick. Plus 75, and yes, he did go for this glowing temple. The bowmen might have actually engaged first. I'm not sure exactly what happened. They got pretty decimated, but nevertheless takes that, gets, I believe it's 80 gold, might be 90 gold. It's a lot of gold. And look, did he just, oh my god, he just got rid of those two companies. I'm kind of speechless here. Like, he had a lot of experience going down on those companies, and he has a ridiculous amount of wood right now. So, going for skeleton with double profits, but why is he just sitting on 22 wood like that? Getting the Nightbringer. Hey, Stevie. My dog's coming to say hello. Yeah, I guess he might just be going for a bunch of tech out of the Haroon, but I don't see why he would want to get rid of those bone bows just for Haroon tech. They're pretty comparable, bone bows versus Randbringers. Okay, so we have Immortalis failing to take this glowing temple, and that sucks. That could actually really harm him. There is so much there is a level of just experience on these maps that you need to have to know what you can take and what you can't. Because he just lost Chiron, and that's not the worst to lose. But it definitely sucks to see that. Glowing temples are very hard. You really need... Okay, so he's just going for Shadow Priest with Bombos. So he got rid of those Bombos there to rebuild them with Shadow Priests. And Prophets. Yeah, I'm still like, I can't say I agree with that move. Maybe getting rid of the skeletons I was more okay with. He could have easily just slapped down wood there and kept those Bombos around and maybe just been tanked in wood a little bit. Going for, oh my god, this is mass Prophets coming out. Now I see exactly what he's doing. Okay, zombies with double Prophet in the back. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, I wouldn't have done that, but dude, Lord Mekton has been proving himself to be such a good player, and fuck it, he might know more than me here. So we have these double Gren with Channeler Cleric coming out, and the total company here is going to be getting +2 Shadow. Well, they're going to be getting more than that. They're going to be getting +2 from both of them, if I recall correctly, plus from him. So these are going to be sick companies against Sia. But he's going to need Paladins to deal with those Shadow Prophets and the Shadow... Goddamn. Shadow Priests and Prophets. There we go. Now I can speak. Because they're going to be throwing down Paralyzes and Shadow Shocks, and he's not building any Paladins here. And this might be Lord Mekton playing the player, because I never see Immortalits throw down Paladins, which is like one of the best things you could possibly do against Sia, is have some Paladins. I've also seen Immortalits like personally kind of express dismay over facing debuffs, but then continue not to build Paladins. And so I wonder how much Lord Mekton just like knew that about the player. This is going to be a deadly push here. He has 4 total Prophets here. He has 2 more in the back. So that's going to be 6 Prophets doing massive fucking damage. Meanwhile, he's going to have other stuff coming down, I think. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here. It looks like it might be time for a forward outpost and a push. But meanwhile, we have just a single company going down here to push for Immortalits. And he's kind of all over the place. He's actually really all over the place. He might be trying to do a pincer here, but I'm kind of confused why he's sending this single company down alone, and then these guys are just in the middle of the map doing nothing. I don't know if he scouted what's coming, but he is going to be in for a world of hurt when this battle happens. And look at that. These spells are going down, and there's just absolutely no way that these guys are going to be able to do anything here. Shadow Shocks and Paralyze are going to stop them down, but that was just a complete waste of those Grens, sending them down there all on their own. These Shadings might actually be able to catch these guys and just continue to kind of keep them engaged. They have got to get out of there because that company is going to go down. Meanwhile, at +99 economy and plenty of company limit, the battle is at your doorsteps, Immortalits, so you really need to start throwing some other companies down right now. Even if it tanks your economy a bit, it doesn't matter. This is a really scary army once you start to see what's going on there. Those engineers are sitting pretty by their outpost, making sure nothing crazy happens. But yeah, he's got to get his whole army together here, which is exactly what he's doing. Did not have a settlement there, which is fine. Okay, so those Grens completely go down, and he just has to get something immediately. He cannot continue to waste time here. He's going for some really intense tech. He might be going for Stormlords. I don't know exactly what he's going for there, but he's spending a lot of money on tech. So let's see if he can do this. He's not in a horrible position. He really needs these scouts in the battle, though. At least the scouts or the engineers. He's trying to go in with a really small army versus something pretty scary. And it's possible that it's going to work okay, but he has the scouts around. He has those engineers who are just sitting there. So while his main base is being completely attacked by this really powerful army, he has companies spread out over the map who are not really doing anything. Channeler Oracle coming out of this Gren company that is now down, and it came out pretty late, so is it going to be able to get into the battle in time? I don't really know. Yeah, zombies came out. It happened. But this is really scary for Immortalits. He's got these engineers, he's got the scouts. and it's looking really scary at his doorstep. He's going to start to move in with these Grens, it looks like right before they're actually even getting their support units up, trying desperately to just have them sit there. There's only casters that are really still alive right now. These guys got to get back into supply. This was a scrappy battle, and I think that at the end of the day, Immortalits is going to be okay. That was really, really close. I mean, that was ridiculously fucking close. And Immortalits was like living on the edge there. And it ended up working out okay. So maybe I'm just going to eat my words about telling him to move those companies and get more companies and stuff. But goddamn. Wow. Oracles. That was intense. I gotta take a breather for a second here, man. Oracles are really not that great of a unit. Yes, they heal and they give I forget if it's DV or HP or mix of it's HP, I know. So this unholy resistance is kind of misleading. It resists unholy damage. It doesn't resist shadow elements. And pretty much the only unholy damage that happens is like Dreadlords attacking. It really doesn't do much. I would have really liked to have seen. So he is finally going for Stormlord tech, going for Ebbs. So he is at elite tech here. And he has all these components open to do whatever he wants. So he can start to get some really ridiculously sick companies out. He can just get short Ebbs right now, and that's not going to tank his economy too much. He'll kind of be okay with that. He can get just like bones, or not bones. He can get bows and Stormlords. There's a lot he can do. And he just built something. I'm not sure what. Either way, we see him doing stuff, getting a blast furnace. So that was a waste of money. He spent 72 to get 4 more when he could have spent 30 to get 6 more. Fort Fairfax is going to go down, and that's okay. It's not really the hugest loss. We do see more settlers finally coming out for Lord Mekton as he's continued to spread himself around the map. So we do have this really powerful, awesome regiment coming in from the council player. But is he going to be able to do the work he needs to get done here? Outpost going down here, leaving himself open to being attacked up north, but really trying to win this game. So as we see, the footmen are going down. That's totally fine. These Grens are staying in the battle pretty well. I think there's another Gren company that's right underneath it that I can't actually see. So these tank companies are actually doing exactly what they need. And look, the scouts getting in here and doing sick damage to these prophets and shadow priests. That is exactly what you need to be doing with those scouts. Militia is coming out and making this a little more precarious and a little hairier. Meanwhile, the rest of Lord Mekton's army is coming out. I would like to see the engineers get in the army. Scouts can get back there into supply zone. But yes, as Bont is saying, there is not enough front line for Lord Mekton. A zombie wall would really go a far way here. Meanwhile, we have all this tech going up, but Immortalits really, really needs to just get more companies right now. He has so much available to him, and it looks like he just got Stormlords on the back of crossbowmen, and that's really nice. That is going to help him a lot to have a chance of winning this game. Meanwhile, though, this attack was a failure. It was not able to push through. He can move right back to this supply zone, though, and be in an okay position. He did not lose any companies. These crossbowmen are just sitting there in a kind of weird position. I would honestly like to see him just get some settlers right now and continue to settle behind this. I would really like to see him fill out. This is just like, he has so much available to him in terms of resources at that Haroon that he really needs to start filling out to be able to get his army where it needs to be. He can move everyone back a little bit here to just get in the guard zone. Scouts go down, not the end of the world, not the beginning of a new wonderful world either, but that's okay. These crossbowmen are going to engage first, and they are going to be doing some damage to these bonebos, but barely anything. waiting for a volley so I can actually see exactly how much damage. This is not looking to be the greatest engagement. He is still outside of his guard zone. His companies, he's missing a lot of that back row. His Oracle is down. He still has 6 Grens, but crossbowmen are starting to die. Nevertheless, I think he is going to be able to hold on to this. These crossbowmen have got to come into the battle, and he has to start using that money to make components there. Immortalits, I really think, has all the components necessary to win this game. He really just has to be using what he has. With all that money and company limit and component slots open, he can be doing an enormous number of things right now. And spending he's just got to spend his APM and his micro doing that. So we got a big battle going on right here around the center. It definitely is Immortalits who's kind of calling the shots and pushing forward here. There is raiding potential. Oracles were a good choice to deal with profits. I'm going to ask him to explain that. Yeah. Yeah, they increase your max health. Or like Oracles are good. They're just like one of the worst elite tech units. Seems to be doing pretty well for him though. And with these crossbowmen in the fray, he is now in a sick position. And okay, it looks like he finally did start to get what he needed over there. And he can start to get some really sick companies. He can get some settlers too, man. Let's look at the heroes, because I haven't actually really been paying attention to that. Amber is enlightened. That's all for our council player. Okay, and we have him going in, and this is a scary fight. Is he going to be able to engage correctly? Is he going to be able to block his flanks? Everyone else can kind of get back in the battle, I would like to see. Okay, goons. I actually really like seeing goons there. That's a pretty cool choice. These footmen are coming in just a little late, but still might get there in time to block those Stormlords, protect his flanks there. These guys are doing such a sick, intense amount of damage. Engineers can come into the battle too whenever they want to, but the Grens are doing so much damage and surviving, or the Grens are surviving so well. As I say that though, Kieran is starting to go down, and the other Gren company is a forced retreat, so all of the front line of our council player is pretty much gone, but these Stormlords and the Magicians and the Crossbowmen are sitting back doing a lot of damage. Engineers could be more of a front line to come in here. The Dragoons could start to inch their way forward. He could start to get so many more companies. He has company slot. He has resources available. But this battle is not going to be working for him. Meanwhile, the Sia player over here, he's at a pretty good economy, managing his macro well. He needs more of a front line. Oh, but look, Shadow Knights with Dreadlords are going to be a raiding force because he sees that he's able to keep the center of this map. He's not being able to push, but he's not being pushed back. He's got a lot going on right now. 9 companies, and as soon as these guys get out, they're going to go after the Haroon, and it's actually almost making me cry. Hermetic Instrumentalist, the Hermit one, thank you so much for joining us. Always enjoy your commentary on everything. Okay, so these goons are coming out. Oh, it looks like he might actually be getting perfect timing, getting something. If he puts an outpost down before these guys get there, that would be sick. Not quite sure what they're doing up there. Might just be trying to snag these resources in the corner, and it's not a bad time for that at all. These goons are trying to come in to help him win this battle, but meanwhile, he's not going to have anything up here for the raid. He does not know the raid is coming, though. Regular footmen, Grens, recruits. It looks like these guys, yeah, the first crossbowmen are also regulars, doing some awesome extra damage. And whew. Man alive, what do we got here? These guys are coming in, and it's with Ishan Ghul on top of the company, too. He is going to be doing massive damage. He is another Shadow Lord company. Sorry, Shadow Knight. So many shadow things from these guys. Okay, the Grens are moving in. The footmen are moving in, and the footmen are actually going to be there to block the flanks just like they need to be. And over here, we are seeing the Dragoons able to come in and do some good flanking. This engagement is already looking a lot better, but with the Shadow Knights coming up north, this is going to be really friggin' scary. Really friggin' scary. I think he is having some good success down here in pushing forward, but it remains to be seen because there is a lot from the Sia player. The footmen are going down, and that's totally fine. The goons are almost completely down, but the Grens, which are really the main front line, are holding strong. Meanwhile, a lot of the Sia DPS has gone down, but a lot of it is still up with the fort and the untouched militia there. This is looking dangerous, and it's happening. The Shadow Knights are coming up and attacking the Haroon. What are we going to see the console player do? He finally did get some settlers, but that is not going to be quite enough here. Lord Mekton might just be stretching him a little thin. A little too thin for what he's got. He really needs just some like short companies. He can just build short company footmen with paladins. Can't now because he's lost that Haroon. So shit is starting to get a bit hairy for him. He can definitely use these guys. I don't know where the best place is, maybe over here. Throw down a settlement, but now what does he do? I think he's kind of just stuck in a middle zone, confused. These guys are not in supply zone, which is really dangerous right now. Meanwhile, the Shadow Knights are going to continue to push on this raid. Immortalits is getting those resources up in the north, but I don't see them coming into play that much, and he really needs to get these guys back into supply. This is all of a sudden not looking great for our friend. So many Shadow Legends. There really are. The Shadow Knights, the Shadow Beasts, the Shadow Prophets, the Shadow Demons, everything's fucking Shadow. See ya. Thale is going down and maybe will immediately just get taken. I don't know exactly how this is going to play out, but he has nothing back here. He was not able to get any companies up. He did not move anybody back. Instead, he's going to try to continue to move forward with his position here. And with what he's got, he is going to lose his main right now. He has got to get some guys back there as quick as possible. I know this position. I've been in this position so many times, and it is frustrating as fuck when you feel like you're ahead and you have the edge and you're crashed again. I'm not in the game anymore, so unfortunately, you just have to look at my face until we hear what happens in the game. Yeah, that sucks. It's very unfortunate that I've been having these problems today. There's been a couple times where things have gone wrong because of my computer getting overloaded, but like last month when we did this, there was no problems. Yeah, it's cool. I'm sad that this isn't going to be a good video to watch in the future, but I'm happy that the tournament's going on, and I guess I just have nothing else but to jump in the chat right now and see what happened. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you hear you?
Oh, did the game end?
It did, yeah.
Yes.
You
Definitely saying that.
Well, that was a really good game from what I watched. That was really close. Sorry for all the technical difficulties.
I think I might know. I think I have an idea of what might be causing it, and I think it has something to do with the scoreboard.
With what?
With the bracket, the way it's being displayed. I think the thing that caused my OBS to crash earlier was it constantly refreshing because it's an image and not a website or something. So I think it might be like consuming a lot more memory, and that's giving your laptop problems.
Oh,
Might be. Who knows?
It
honestly.
could be. Yeah, I mean, there is a thing that you can check off in OBS where you, to shut down when the source isn't visible. So I just did that, but maybe the whole time it's been doing stuff like that. Yeah, actually, I'm starting to see all of these, like the little animated backgrounds I have and all that stuff has the option to shut it down when it's not visible, and I guess I just assumed that was automatically happening, but maybe they've all just been trying to run.
Could be. Who knows? Well, we'll have to sort it out as we go. I have to say, everything looked really nice this time around. Like, really nice.
Hell yeah. That was hopefully the idea. Anyway, let's go to the bracket and let's look at this. Lord Mekton is the winner. We ended up getting $130 total dollars for this prize pool. So that's going to be about $50 going to Lord Mekton for winning. Aside from all the technical difficulties, that was a really cool tournament. Lord Mekton did some awesome builds, switched things up a bit. Like, I really liked, the mass profits and stuff he did that time. Immortalits did a really awesome build that worked really well for him this tournament. I think he had a lot of really good chances in that last game. It was really close from what I saw. It was just that raid at the end that he wasn't really able to defend against. And then, yeah, Arides and Tau played very well too. Was sorry to see Tau saddened by his experience, but Célebi, thank you guys for doing this tournament. And now that we are done with the tournament, we can open it up to play some other games if you want. We can do like some just free-for-alls or whatever we want to do. I think that would be fun, but you guys have been playing all morning and I've just been commenting, so if you guys are done playing for the day, then that is fine. We can wrap it up. Otherwise, I'd be happy to do some free-for-alls or anything that someone else wants to do.
I think 2v2s would be a bit better, or at least I'd prefer that.
Or some 3v2s or some big FFA would be cool also, if someone from the stream wants to join as well.
Yeah, anyone, if Diego or if Golmek is still there and wants to join the free-for-all, or anybody wants to hop in. I personally would like to do a free-for-all just because it's something we've done less. I just think that would be fun, and a bit goofier and less something that we would all take less seriously and just have more fun with. Let me get exactly how much you guys are going to be getting.
Gonna go AFK very briefly.
That is fine. So, Lord Mekton is going to be walking out of here with $52 US. And Immortalits is going to be walking out of here with $35.75 US. Arides is going to be getting $26, and Tau is going to be getting $16.25. So thank you so much to the donor who put in money for this. That is so cool that we were able to do this and give some rewards for all of Lord Mekton and Immortalits' practice that they've been doing. Very small financial reward. So yeah, good job. Enjoy your prize money, guys. And this ended up being shorter than I thought it would be, which is very cool. I was expecting this to go, at least another hour. So yeah, we now have our time to just hang out and have some fun. And maybe my stream will crash again. Maybe it won't. That's fine. Yeah, hopefully not. I think what I was just talking about might have been a really big part of it. I think all these like little animations I had going were like continued to be loaded in the background and weren't getting shut off like I thought they were when I clicked away from them. So just learning how to use OBS and learning how to do it with the limited hardware potential of my computer.
Yeah, you just really pushed him over the limit.
Yeah, I really did. Oh, but that is fine. Well, hell yeah. That was a good time. Let's I think Bont just went AFK for a second. But we can start to get into an FFA. I guess we can I think it makes sense for Bont to host instead of me if possible, because I'm in America, so I get pretty bad ping with all of you guys, whereas it makes more sense for someone in Europe to host. For the next few seconds, I am just going to get some water, and I'll be back. Alrighty. I am back. Is everyone else still here?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
So far we got 6 players.
Is the game up?
There is a lobby.
Okay, cool. Let me join in a sec.
The bunch is still gone.
Oh. Well, that does us no good then. That's fine. I think he probably just went out for a smoke. I'll be back in a minute. Hell yeah. I really like that new build you did, Immortalits. You were able to have like a plus 90 economy at like 9 minutes, both those games, which is pretty sick. Oh.
Oh, there's a vote already.
All right. Get back to the stream here.
It seems tight. Zeza, what do you want to play? FFA or 3v3?
I'm down for either. Oh, there's a vote going on. Oh man.
Yeah, I clicked both, so feel free.
That's cheating.
No, it's not. It doesn't help, but
I mean, you might as well just not click either if you're gonna click both.
all right.
All right, I'm voting FFA. I'm totally happy to do either, but
Then we should go team.
FFA is so goofy though, so I like it. After like more competitive matches, it's fun to do something that's more like you don't care if you win or lose. At least that's how I feel going into an FFA because it's just so much like random goofiness. Either way, we have Tau and Bont can vote on what they want to play. Whenever Bont finally comes back. Oh man. Where have you gone, oh friend Bont? I'll be right back, one sec. I'm still gonna be on stream, I'm just not gonna annoy the chat by playing guitar too loud. We are waiting for Bont to come back. So I have nothing else to entertain you guys with except just playing guitar while we're waiting. This is a song that I've had written for a number of years that I really like. Hold on. I haven't played this in a while.
Hey Bond, we were sort of waiting on you.
Right, okay. I've returned. Are we hoping to do a 3v3 here?
Yeah, we're doing a 3v3. It seems on a random map.
Right, so
We can do another random map if you want to.
I don't. Do we have any 3v3 maps that come with the game? Let me check the game chat. Let's see. Yeah, we have a few. There's the Hinterlands, the North,
There's
River
more
of
to that
Dust,
song,
Cornered Rat,
but
and
it's time to start playing some
Icebreakers
Kohan.
for 3v3 maps.
It's just too random. I think the pre-made maps kind of suck.
Yeah, let's do
Sorry.
a random one.
Yeah, I vote for random. I honestly think team games are first of all, it just makes it more fun and goofy. But I actually like team games on random a bit more. And it would
But
Map size? Which one should I go with here? 192?
that sounds reasonable.
160.
That's pretty small for 6 players on a 160 by 160 map.
Do you guys want to mix it up with the game modes this time?
Yeah,
Turtle is
yeah.
good.
I really love turtle mode. It's awesome.
Yeah, it makes raiding a bit harder.
What's turtle mode? Is that where just like the militia is way stronger? Is there
Yeah.
anything else to it?
Militia is stronger, like plus 10 AV, plus 5 DV, if I recall, and plus
It's
200.
basically a bunch of elites as militia or something like that.
There's also King of the Hill mode where we fight over flags. I mean, you can just finish the game as well.
It's a bit unbalanced.
Yeah, we tried that one in 4 players, and it was really strange.
The flags are placed really randomly, and a side can get an easy advantage.
Do we want to have so here's a question. Do we want to have monsters seed anything besides gold now?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
probably
go
not,
up
so.
to 4 Kohans.
I'm down with that, yeah.
Alrighty.
What teams are we thinking?
Can I change it now? Ah, yeah, I can. Okay.
2 guys from the finals together.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, we want Zeza.
All right, you got me.
No, not like that.
Yeah. What team do you guys want me on? I don't care. Do we think these teams look fair?
Might be. I haven't played in a while, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I'm gonna run random, so that's a disadvantage for me. I do know Lord Mekton and Immortalits have played 2v2s together multiple times, and they're pretty good together.
Yeah. Sorry, I know I just came back from being AFK, but if I just have like 5 more seconds, I'll be right back.
You're good. You're good.
Can one of you go see ya?
Yeah, but in turtle mode, you really want a lot of villages. So I'm going royalist.
Okay.
All is fair in love and meow, says Hermetic Instrumentalist. I guess I can't disagree with that statement. Let's see if we can make it through a game without my stream crashing. I think so. I think I did kind of figure it out. I think it was like what I was talking about, stuff being on in the background.
I am back once again. Are we ready?
Let's do this, buddy.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
I am ready. You have need of me. There will be no mercy.
What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master.
Whoops, Immortalits just spawned right next to some slot.
It's fine.
What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be
My
pleased.
troops are hungry for blood. There will be no mercy. All shall fall before
What
us.
shall you have of me? May the Dark
Very
Master
good.
be pleased.
Troops are hungry for blood.
What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be pleased.
I am ready. All shall fall
Praise
before
to the
us.
Dark Master.
My troops are hungry for blood.
What What shall you have of me?
My troops are hungry for blood. All shall fall
What shall you
before
have
us.
of me? May the Dark Master be pleased.
At the ready, as you wish.
Praise to the Dark Master. Praise to the Dark Master. What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master. What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be pleased. Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready.
What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master. Praise to the Dark Master. It shall be done.
At the ready, as you wish. At the ready, as you
Praise
wish.
to the Dark Master. What shall
At
you
the
have
ready,
of me?
as you wish.
What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be pleased. May the Dark Master be pleased.
At the ready, as you wish. As you wish. As you wish. At the ready.
What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master. May the Dark Master be pleased.
At the ready.
What shall you have of me? It shall be done. What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be pleased.
At the ready, as you wish. As you wish.
What shall you have of me? What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master. It shall be done.
I am ready. Khaldun will be ours.
Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready, as you wish. At the ready.
What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be pleased.
At the ready. As you wish. As you wish.
What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be pleased. May the Dark Master be pleased.
My troops are hungry for blood. All shall fall before us.
What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be pleased.
At the ready. As you wish.
What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be pleased.
At the ready. As you wish. As you wish. At the ready. As you wish. As you wish. At the ready. As you wish.
Praise to the Dark Master. It shall be done. It shall be done.
As you wish. As you wish.
Praise to the Dark Master. May the Dark Master be pleased. May the Dark Master be pleased. It shall be done. May the Dark Master be pleased. What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready. At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready.
What shall you have of me? What shall you have of me?
At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready.
What shall you have of me?
At the ready.
What shall you have of me? It shall be done. Praise to the Dark Master. May the Dark Master be pleased. What shall you have of me?
At the ready. At the ready. At the ready. At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready.
What shall you have of me?
I am ready. I am ready.
It shall be done. May the Dark Master be pleased. It shall be done. It shall be done. It shall be done.
I am ready. I am ready. Khaldun will be ours.
At the
May the
ready.
Dark Master be pleased.
My troops are hungry for blood. All shall fall before us. Khaldun will be ours. There will be no mercy. All shall fall before us.
What shall you have of me?
At the ready.
What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master. May the Dark Master be pleased.
At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready.
What shall you have of me?
At the
It
ready.
shall be done.
At the
May
ready.
the Dark
At the
Master
ready.
be pleased.
At the ready. As you wish.
What shall
the
you
ready.
have of me? Praise to
At
the
the
Dark
ready.
Master.
At the
It
ready.
shall be done. What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready. As you wish.
What shall you have of me? It shall be done. May the Dark Master be pleased.
At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready.
What shall you have of me? What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master. It shall be done. Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready. At the ready. At the ready. At the ready. As you wish. At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master. Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready. At the ready. At the ready. As you wish. At the ready. At the ready. At the ready. As you wish. At the ready. At the ready. At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master. May the Dark Master be pleased.
My troops are hungry for blood. You have need of me.
At the ready.
I am ready. There will be no mercy.
Praise to the Dark Master. May the Dark Master be pleased.
My troops are hungry for blood. All
What shall you
fall
have of
before
me?
us. My troops are hungry for blood.
At the ready. As you wish.
My troops are hungry for blood. You have
What
need of
shall you have
You
of
have
me?
need of me.
What shall you have of me?
At the ready. Always ready for action.
What shall you
My
have of me?
troops are hungry
At
It
the
shall
ready.
be done. Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready.
What shall you have of me? Praise to the Dark Master.
At the ready. Always ready for action. For the Dark Master.
I am ready. I am ready. My troops are hungry.
Always ready for action. I am on it. I serve the Dark Master.
Master, death. Master,
What shall you have of me?
we are yours. You have need of me. All shall fall before us. There will be no mercy. All shall fall before us. Master.
Always ready for action. I serve the Dark Master. For the Dark Master. I am on it. For the Dark Master.
Praise to the
At the
Dark
ready.
Master. May the Dark Master be pleased. May the Dark Master be pleased.
My troops are hungry for blood. Galdoon will be ours. We are yours. Death. We are yours. Torment. Death.
I serve the Dark Master. Always ready for action. At the ready. As you wish. As you wish.
Let us serve destruction. I am ready.
I serve the Dark Master. I am on it. I am on it.
What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master be pleased.
Let us serve.
shall be done. It shall be done.
We are yours. Destruction.
At the ready. As you wish. As you wish. I serve the Dark Master. I am on it. I am on it. I am on it for the Dark Master.
What shall you have of me?
I am ready.
At the ready. As you wish.
What shall you have of me?
Master, torment.
Always ready for action.
My troops are hungry. I am ready.
Always ready for action. I am on it. Always ready for action. I am on it.
What shall you have of me?
I serve the Dark Master.
I am ready.
At the ready.
My troops are ready. I've moved them for the future of Chaldean. For the future of Chaldean.
I serve the Dark
What
Master.
shall you have of me? It shall be done.
I serve the Dark
It
Master.
shall be done. It shall be done.
At the ready.
What shall
I
you have
serve
of
the
me?
Dark
It
Master.
shall be done.
At the ready.
Praise to the Dark Master.
Always ready for action.
May the Dark Master be pleased. What shall you have of
Always
me?
ready for action.
I am ready.
What
For
shall
the
you
Dark
have of me?
Master. For the Dark Master.
I am ready. Khaldun will be ours.
Always ready for action.
Praise to the
Always
Dark
ready for
Master.
action.
Praise to the Dark Master.
There will be no mercy.
What shall you have of me? May the Dark Master
Always
be
ready
pleased.
for action.
Khaldun will be ours. All shall fall before us.
At the ready, as you wish, as you wish.
What shall you have of me?
I am on it for the Dark Master.
You have need of me. There will be no mercy.
At the ready.
What shall you have
I
of
serve
me?
the Dark Master.
I am ready. There will be no mercy.
Praise
I
the
serve
Dark
the Dark
Master.
Master.
May the Dark Master be pleased.
My troops are hungry for blood. They are ours. I am ready. Khaldun will be ours.
Always ready for action for the Dark Master. For the Dark Master.
My troops are hungry for blood. My troops are hungry for blood.
I serve the Dark Master.
You have need of me. Khaldun will be ours.
I serve the Dark Master. Always ready for action.
I am ready. There will be no mercy. My troops are hungry.
serve the Dark Master.
May the Dark Master be pleased. May the Dark Master be pleased.
May the creator come here, Savior. May the creator come to us. I need to see. And let's do that. Or not.
Hell yeah. Are people still in chat? What's going on here? Can people hear me? Oh yeah, everyone's still in here.
Yep, we can.
Yeah, Lord
Oh.
Mekton is hosting.
Nice. Yeah, I'm in the game.
So the unwritten rule is if you're about to kill someone, you should vasalize him instead, assuming he wants to.
You should what instead?
Vasalize him, like.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Alrighty. This will be fun and goofy. This is probably my last game, I think. And I am ready whenever everyone else is. we're gonna do a goofy random game. And it's gonna be fun. We got 2 Royalist Council. See ya. Oh, we turned diplomacy on? This is gonna be goofy. I didn't even realize that. Hermetic Instrumentalist is ready, Freddy. So am I. Oh, I'm going a goofy build that I've tried out in 1v1s that I have no idea if it actually works in a setting like this. Probably doesn't, TBH, but we're just having fun. Wow, those wolves are so freaking close to me.
For the glory of the Creator, it is an easy task. For the glory of the Creator. It is an easy task. It is an easy task. For the glory of the Creator. For the glory of the
I hope there's actually some empty population zone around, because if I can't settle, then this build might suck anyways, but if I can't settle, the build really sucks.
It is an easy task. For the glory of the Creator. Whatso you desire. For the glory of the Creator. For the glory of the Creator.
Oh my god, I don't understand how people play random map all the time. You just don't know if you're going to be able to settle.
For the glory of the Creator. By the light of the Creator. For the glory of the Creator. It is an
Alright, that's where we're going.
always ready for action. For the glory of the Creator. 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 For the glory of the Creator.
Oh my god, this is a fucking joke.
Always ready for action. For the glory of the Creator.
Who thinks random maps are a good idea?
For the glory of the Creator. For the glory of the Creator. Always ready for action.
I know I was just in favor of random maps.
By the light of the Creator.
And I still am. This is the problem with set maps with team games that I've seen. Especially at like a certain level. I guess if you get like really, really good, it doesn't matter. But it's way easier to coordinate attacks than it is to coordinate defense in a team game. Dude, I cannot believe that there's no place to settle. This is horrible. So like what can happen when you do team games, that being the case, is that it's like, I don't know how to explain it. Like the team that's coordinating an attack can kind of like premeditate it and just like do it, but to coordinate a defense requires like a lot more coordination. That's pretty hard to do on the fly. So it just, I don't know, rushing can be kind of stupid and cheesy on set maps in team games. Oh no, how did that happen? This game is a nightmare. Well, that was fun.
The Creator. Always ready for action. By the light of the Creator.
Why are Lancers such pussies? I don't understand how their morale just got destroyed so much. I don't know. What do we want to do?
At your command. For the glory of
At your command.
Always ready for action. For the glory of the Creator.
At your
What
command.
so you desire?
At your
By the
command.
might of the Creator. For the glory of the Creator. By the light of the Creator. Always ready for action.
You guys got this.
At your command. No problem.
By the light of the Creator.
At your command.
What so you desire? For the glory of the Creator. Always ready for action. For the
All
glory
right.
of the
Well,
Creator.
that's good. That's something.
By the light of the Creator.
I needed something.
So you desire. Always
At
ready
your
for
command.
action.
At your command.
Always ready for action.
At your
For the
command.
glory of the Creator. For the glory
By
of the
the light
Creator. Of the Creator.
At your command.
Always ready for action. For the glory
your
of the
command.
Creator. It is an easy task.